think of you and me. Don't wanna leave the world you see, and I will hold you down if love is still alive. It's all forgiven to my eyes. The tide has turned around. Just listen to the sound. Two hearts beating, beating time. Hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah. It's all forgiven to my eyes. Hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah. It's all forgiven. You
Oh, I got lost on the way to you in an orange sky by the ocean blue. Every mile lost, my soul renewed, taken by the sunrise and the golden view. Walking slowly in the mountains underneath the constellations. Yeah, I know that you've been waiting for me. Time is losing all its meaning, like I'm living in a dream, and I've been chasing all the feelings I need. It's in these moments with words unspoken, my eyes wide open, life tastes so sweet. It's in these moments where all I know is coming into focus, and now I see. It's in these moments. It's in these moments. Oh, I got lost on a winding road in the dark of night with the stars aglow. Heaven's up above, got me below as I head to you.
What's up, everybody? Good afternoon. How is everybody doing today? The No Copyright Sounds YouTube channel playing some real bangers for the opener there. I kind of appreciated that. Well, that's kind of nice. Oh shit! The new moon's coming up. Can't be getting sick. Can't be getting sick. We don't like that. I will not allow it. Hell yeah, yeah. Stay hydrated. So yeah, we're gonna do some image processing today. I've got some data from the other night from the California Nebula that we shot, so we'll process that. Maybe we'll try some free tools. I want to try Cyril. People like Cyril. It's like a Monday, but on a Tuesday. Yeah, well, yesterday was a holiday, wasn't it? Martin Luther King Day. So I want to try. Maybe we'll try Cyril. I don't have it downloaded, so we'd have to. I'm sure we can do that. You know, go download that or whatever. And it'd be interesting to try. I've been thinking about doing this a stream like this for a while now. I don't know if, you know, maybe today's not the right day for it, but it would be cool to, you know, cater to, you know, more beginner friendly stuff. Somebody who's just starting out in astrophotography probably doesn't want to go spend, $200 on PixInsight, and then a further, another $400 on plugins, So yeah, spending some time with the free tools might be a good idea. Just to oh yeah, right on. Yeah. I mean, I just am kind of assuming that PixInsight is still the best and the standard, because it seems like that's what everybody uses. That's kind of it's kind of faulty reasoning there, right? So yeah, maybe we'll check that out on maybe today, maybe another stream. I'm not sure. I'm gonna process that California nebula shot, that data we got from the other day first, and then I don't know. We'll go from there. We'll see what happens. We'll see who shows up in the chat. And so Myth is here, and he was asking in the Discord how Nina organizes the data that has captured. So I figured that would be a good topic to start us out with. Let's take a look at Nina, and it does a lot. You can do a lot with it, and I don't make use of all that, but I have. But we can look at a little bit of it, and go from there. So welcome everybody. Hope everybody is doing great. Yeah, so let's take a look. All right, let me bring up. Yeah, it would be interesting. Yeah, take the same data, process it, both workflows, and kind of compare. So I think for me, my data, and for probably most people with sort of entry-level kind of gear, that if you're not doing multiple narrowband images, then my assumption is that probably could get pretty close, if not almost identical results with the free software, than with the paid software. So, but I'm making assumptions there. And since I'm far from a PixInsight expert, I kind of just scratch the surface of the tools, and so that's probably what the free tools do also. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, let's take a look at Nina. I'll show you what I have going on with it, and we can kind of learn together here. So I've got my mini PC running, and none of the equipment is connected because it just have the PC powered on. I don't need to power the telescope and stuff for that. But we can look at in the options, and let's see. Yeah, okay, so options, and then the imaging options. So we've got a bunch of, this is where you set up how it stores its data. Save image file as fits. You can also do XISF files and TIFF, so that's interesting. I'm pretty sure you want, at the very least, to do fits or XISF, because I know fits, I'm pretty sure fits as a file format is the same. It's basically a TIFF with like an extra header that includes metadata about the astronomical stuff. So the fits will give you if your images are plate solved, then that solution will be in the header, and so that's very good. It saves you a step in processing. So that's cool. So that's good. And then this setting is ignored for DSLRs when using native. Yeah, so if you're using a DSLR, it'll use the RAW format. And then there's a button here for use CFIT SIO. When this feature is activated, the FITS files will be created using the CFIT SIO library, which is an alternative to the program's default method of writing these files. This change enables additional functionalities, such as the ability to compress FITS files and reduce file size, and the option to store data in a 32-bit format for improved data precision. That's interesting. I wonder if there's a downside to that. That sounds like something we might want to use. Probably will want to try that. Maybe next time I get the telescope up, shoot some images, and try that. Reducing the file size. That's always nice. Although the camera I'm using is just 8 megapixel sensor, so it's not really that much. The files I think are 16 megabytes each, right? It's not that much data. So, but bigger cameras, maybe that would be good. So I'll have to look at that. Maybe we'll have to try that. So, store the data in a 32-bit format for improved data precision. That's interesting. I don't really know how applicable that would be to, but does that mean it takes more CPU to, decode and stack and process them? I don't know. Maybe we need to do some Googling on that. But maybe the more relevant is here is your image file path. So this is the directory that it gets saved to. So I have on this mini PC, this thing has, so it shows 2 drives. It's 1 drive with 2 partitions. Good day, Stan. How are you today? Glad to see you here. Stan, we're spending a little bit of time looking at Nina and how Nina stores the data that it creates and your options for setting that up. Then we're going to play with some images, and we're also going to be 3D printing, because Dave's streams are going to be 3D printing and astrophotography, and CAD stuff. So I've got a part on the printer right now, and we're going to talk about, I'm super excited about how the parts for my new telescope are coming out. This material is terrific. These are very strong, and they look great. The surface finish looks amazing. So, we'll talk about that a little bit later. Or I'll get derailed and start talking about that. But yeah, it all intermingles, right? So, anyways, on the mini PC, my telescope PC here, I have a separate partition for storage. This is how the machine ships by default. It's 1 SSD, 2 partitions, which is fine with me. This little mini PC does have an SD card slot, and I considered using the SD card slot and then writing all the data to the SD card, so it kind of worked like a camera. But I've considered that, and then to transfer data off, I just had to pull the SD card out and then put it in any other computer, right? I considered that, but then dismissed it because SD cards and SD card readers can be there can be reliability issues with those, and I figure by just storing it on the local drive, it's one less thing that can go wrong in an imaging session. It would really suck to get like a whole night's worth of amazing data, and as it has some issue writing to the SD card because it can't write fast enough, or the SD card breaks or gets corrupted, or so I think just saving it internally on the internal SSD is the way to go. So Nina is wicked, Stan. Yeah, I'm just scratching the surface of what it can do, I think, and it's amazing to me, and I know it can do a whole lot more. And so when you have more complex gear, like filter wheels and things like that, then it really, it really can do a lot of cool stuff. So I store everything in. I have my image file path to D/Nina Captures. So on the storage directory, and then at Nina Captures. What would you estimate a full night of imaging takes up? Let's take a look. I'm not sure which of these are going to be full nights of imaging. If I just hover over, okay, this one is 1 gig, 1 gig, 1.5 gigs, 1.6, 1.1. Okay, this one's 2 gigs. So it looks like for me, probably 2 gigabytes. But it's going to depend on your... it'll vary a lot, right? So If you're shooting, so it's gonna. I mean, the first thing is gonna be, what the resolution of your camera is. The larger the resolution, the larger the individual file sizes, right? And then it's going to depend on how many files you're generating, and that will depend on, what your sub-exposure length is, right? So if you're shooting, 1 5-minute exposure is going to be 1 file, then 5 1-minute exposure, same amount of data, but it's going to be 5 times the storage space. So, that's going to vary quite a bit. Yeah, no, I probably not not terabytes, but multiple or dozens, perhaps dozens of gigabytes. It really depends. So you could get to like a terabyte if you were shooting like 5-second exposures, all night long, right? At 20 megapixel on a 20 megapixel camera, you could get to terabytes. So it could happen. Probably not. Yeah, probably not. Oh, that's interesting, Maziv. Yeah, Stan, one evening can be hundreds of gigs, depending on the camera. Yeah, so it looks like with my camera, my images are small. The individual files are, 16 gigabytes. Sorry, 16 megabytes. So it's not going to be, a whole lot with the camera that I'm using, but it's only 8 megapixels. So I think most, if an APS-C sized sensor or a full frame sensor, those things are probably 20 gigs or more, 20 gigabytes. Sorry, 20 megapixels. So yeah, those files could be, they could easily get into the hundreds of megabytes per sub exposure. So that's that can add up there, I guess. So do the math. Just do a little bit of math, Myth. Just take like a single exposure on your camera, see how big it is, and then if you're shooting for 8 hours a night divided by 5-minute exposures, how much how much data that is, you can get a pretty reasonable estimate, right? So everybody's gear and sessions are, it's stuff you have to figure out, kind of for yourself, right? I mean, everybody's gear and setup and situations are gonna be a little bit different. So, one thing that I changed is the image file pattern in here, how it names the files. So, if I look at some of my older data, so it makes a folder for light, which are light frames, and if you shoot flat frames or dark frames with it, it'll make corresponding folders. And so light frame, and so it just gives you the default is it just gives you like the file names are like the date and then the time and the exposure length and then like a numerical value, and so that's not that helpful. So what I have done is added the target name to the which I thought. Oh, did I why doesn't that show on there? I added the target name. So if you look at some of these early ones, it doesn't have the target name in here, but more recently, so it will say California Nebula, and now it doesn't. Now it doesn't show that. But in any case, you can see these are all the variables here, so you can add them. You can customize how you want it to name. How you want it to name your individual target names. Oh yeah, you're right. Oh, I wasn't looking at the slashes. Yeah, you're right. I wasn't. So yeah, okay. So $ date minus this one date is the folder date, and then there's a slash I didn't see. So yeah, so this is how it sets up the subfolders. So so it's got date, date. So in this case was 2025 119 the other night, and then slash image type, which is light frames, slash, and then the file name is, I've added. So this is where I had to add right here. Add $sign target names. So now if I go back to a night where I shot multiples, so here's California Nebula, and you can see here's LDN 1613 and M3. So I had a bunch of different, so I had like 3 different targets in this directory. And so now it looks like, now that I'm, learning is going on, right? So I've added target names to the individual file names, but if I added, so it looks like I could add a folder, like if you add, you could add the directory in here. So I could add a folder, a directory with a target name instead of the file, instead of naming it in the file, or both. So that could be kind of helpful. So maybe that may be something that I'll play around with. Maybe something to play around with in the future. That way you can have a different folder for each one of your targets instead of them all getting mixed into the same light folder. Actually, in my case right now, since I'm shooting with a one-shot color camera, just having them all go in the same light directory is fine as long as they're named differently. I can easily, copy them out of here, and onto my local machine where I will do the processing on them, right? So, but I'm just kind of speculating now. If you're shooting with a mono camera and color filters, then maybe you want them to be separated, each target in its own folder, and then have all the corresponding different, colored filters in the same folder. Yeah. So and you could have. I'm sure you can set. I'm sure there's tutorials on setting this up. So maybe you'd want to have like slash. So like let's say you shot the California Nebula in RGB filters, then you'd want to have like Nina captures slash the date for that night, and then slash target name California Nebula, and then inside of that, then you might want to have slash light. Then you might want to have a folder for R, B, and G, or maybe they just all go in the same. Something like that, right? Maybe that makes sense. Hopefully that makes sense. So so you can totally customize this out, and you could probably end up, if you don't really carefully think about how it works and what type of data you're generating, you could probably make a mess of it. So the best thing to do would be to find an example of somebody who's already doing that. So if you have like a mono camera, do you have a mono camera, Myth? I think you have a filter wheel, right? So you must have a mono camera. So you'll need to figure out how to organize your. You'll probably want it to change this to organize your data a little bit differently. You have a color camera, okay? Yeah. What's up, Layer by Layer? Hi, how are you? Good to see you here. We're gonna do some 3D printing today too. We are 3D printing. So just so if you're joining me on YouTube, if you found me through 3D printing content, we're talking astrophotography right now, but we will be doing some talking printing. I've got a part on the printer right now. So you've got a filter wheel because of light pollution. Yep. Yeah, so you run light pollution filters in there. You have the ASI 183. Oh, 20 megapixel CMOS. I'm kind of jealous. I'm pretty jealous. Pretty jealous of that. I was looking at my, I've been reprocessing old data that was on my Canon. I shot my Canon 7D Mark II, which was a 20 megapixel APS-C sensor. So very similar sensor, if not the same sensor as that camera. And it does, it's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. So I'm a little jelly of that. So yeah. So anyways, I think that's pretty much all there is to say about how Nina stores the data, it can do a lot. It's pretty sweet. Oh, it gives you a little preview right here. Yeah. So, yeah, I think the main thing is just like, figuring out, what's a good solution, what's a good strategy for, organizing the data. If you have a full-on multiple filter mono image sensor setup, and you're shooting like RGB, LRGB, SHO filters, and dark frames and flat frames for all those individual filters, then organizing the data is probably going to be quite a bit more important than with a one-shot color camera, where you're just going to have one set of light frames and one set of flat frames, right? So, yeah, definitely for starting out, start with the one-shot color camera. Definitely much easier, and don't get too complicated for starting out. Yeah, keep it as short as you can to make it less confusing. Yeah. I tend to like, Stan, I tend to really like to have things, well, I guess to say sort of generally be organized into directories. Having a bunch of miscellaneous files mixed in with the same directory can be rather confusing also. So I don't want to, but I could see how you could end up making a mess of things. So, yeah, cool. All right. So I think that's really all, I have to look at on there. So let's switch gears and let's load up PixInsight, and I am excited to see to play with this California Nebula shot that we this image we got from the other night. Yeah, it's a balance, isn't it? Isn't it, Mazif? Oh, cool. Right on. Yeah. All right. Let's take a look, and I should have. Oh, another thing I do, Myth, is I have my the storage partition, the storage drive on my mini PC that's on the telescope. I set that up as a network share, and then on my regular machine I can just I can just connect to it through a mapped network drive, and then so here I can access all the data on the mini PC, when it's plugged in, obviously, right? So there's one of the sub exposures that we got the other night. So this is how I access the data on the mini PC and copy it over. And I got 34 5-minute exposures. And because my head doesn't do math, then I always have to bring a calculator. 34 times 5 minutes divided by 60. Almost 3 hours. Almost 3 hours of data on it. We'll see how that looks. Yeah, right. Yep, it's all on the connected to the home network. So let's run the weighted batch pre-processing script. Maybe we'll do this. Maybe we'll process California Nebula with this same data set in PixInsight here, and then maybe I'll try see what I can do with. I'll just try all the various free tools that I can find. Mainly, I think that means Graxpert, which I already have, and SETI Astro's tools and Cyril. So, okay, got my biases, my dark flats, and my flats. That should all be the same. And then I just need to add my light frames. Now, I don't know how to use any of those other pieces of software, like Cyril, so it'll be, something totally new to me. And so, you know, we'll see how that goes. Okay, so we need an output directory, Nebula Solo Panel. And then post-calibration, we'll 2x drizzle it. 2 hours and 50 minutes. I'll hit run. All right. Sit back, read the chat, have a drink. Yeah, Cyril came about in the years when I was away from astronomy. And as far as I can tell, it's quite popular. As far as I know, it's probably the popular astrophotography processing tools that's, you know, free. So I guess I can this is stacking. Cyril is an astronomical image processing tool. It does calibration. It does stacking. It does enhancement. It does science. Your complete astro workflow. Maybe we can bring this up here. Well, I don't either. However, I do know the workflow. You know, the generic steps you're going to take: calibration, stacking, enhancement. I know I'm going to want to do the same kind of workflow, so I'm going to be looking for the same kind of tools, and I know the order of operations that you want to do them in. So, and it's open source. You can download the source code. Look at that. Isn't that great? So they have tutorials. That's cool. Look, it's got a whole tutorial right here on processing ZWO C-star images. That's probably great because there's probably a lot of people that want to do that. Have an automatic star reduction script. That's cool. It's got StarNet++ integration. That's cool. So that's for subtracting the stars out of the image. It has pixel math. That's good. Generalized hyperbolic stretch. This I want to try actually in PixInsight. There's a PixInsight script for that I haven't tried. That's for, you know, stretching the image, make the image nonlinear. So yeah, I want to look at that. Yeah, this looks like I'm sure this is great. Removing gradients. This looks like it's got a background subtraction tool. Yep. All right, well, maybe we'll take a look at that a little bit later on. And while that's going, let's take a look at watch my 3D printer go. Sounds cool, Mazif. Yeah. So maybe if you're familiar with PixInsight, you'll be able to, you know, pick up Cyril quicker, and vice versa. Hey, what's up, Misadventures in Astro? How's everything with you today? I'm printing a part. This is a part for a client. It's a pedal. I've got a batch of parts for this guy I'm printing that is for a. It's a force feedback pedal for a driving simulator, which sounds like a really cool project. It's like an open source project. Hook up a stepper motor to a pedal and a load cell. So depending on how hard, or I guess what the simulator says to do, you know, the stepper motor pushes back at you. It looks really cool. And all the parts are 3D printed except for the electronics, of course. But we're looking at this. This is the front ring for the new telescope. And this part, like, yeah, this is definitely my new favorite material to print with. This stuff is, I mean, I'm really, really impressed with this stuff. I mean, this is like, yeah, you got to see the pictures in the Discord, but this, yeah, it printed fantastically, and you know, it's ABS. To print a large ABS part like this and to keep it from warping, and there's like no warping. The back part has, where I printed this the other day, and I've got the mirror cell in there, which it's not gonna be able to see very well on the camera right there. And like, so this thing, like, you know, getting 3 holes, you know, so getting 3 holes to align and to assemble. Like, look at this. Boom. Did you hear that satisfying? I should have done that right in front of the mic. And then, like, there's like barely a seam. Like, I guess I can. Okay, there's a little bit of a seam, but yeah, where they meet here, where they line up. And I mean, these 2 parts don't match together. There's a center part that I'll print last, but these are the 2 main parts that I need, and then getting them apart is okay. That's actually not. Let me see if I can make that. Let me see if I can slide them together and see if you can hear that sort of satisfying sound. No, maybe that wasn't very satisfying. You like my mirror knobs? Yes, I got red ones for collimating, the main collimation ones, and then the little black ones are the locking screws. So, and my mirror showed up today. I have my mirror. So very excited. This project is going to be coming, yeah, ASMR telescope assembly. Yeah, I was concerned about like how well this would assemble. You know, trying to get telescoping, sliding, you know, tubes to fit, and then 3 of them to align together enough such that you can slide it together can be a tricky thing to accomplish. But this is like, anyways, no idea what the actual structural properties of the material are. It's ABS, so it's not going to be that impressive. But they feel very stiff. Anecdotally, feel very stiff. And the print quality is terrific. It looks amazing. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see when I get the third one. And the third one's the larger, the middle section is larger. But I'm gonna do that one. I'm saving that one for last, right? So, and we're done stacking. So let's pop back over, and let's take a look at the at my image. Wait, delete all these calibration files that I don't need. That is my Trudon 2.0, which I have a video about on my channel, layer by layer, if you'd like to check that out. Yeah, I really love the Trudon 2.0. It's a terrific printer. It's basically a Voron 2.4, you know, clone. It's the Voron you don't have to build, which is great because I didn't really enjoy building a Voron. So let's take a look at the. Need to load my process icons. And let's non-linear. Let's stretch it. Non-link stretch. Yeah, I think that's gonna look pretty good. Yeah, right on. Yeah. I really love that printer. We were talking about that the other night. Or I was talking about that on my most recent video that I made. Machine history. I have 884 hours and 21 minutes of printing time on that printer now. And a little bit less than a year I've owned it. So 884 hours. It's been very reliable. Because green like that, it's because it does that with, it'll do that with one-shot color cameras, because you have twice as many green pixels as any other. So you have an R pixel. The reason it's because of the Bayer matrix. I don't know. Something to do with the Bayer matrix, which is like the thing that sits in front of the sensor. So you've got an R pixel, a red pixel, a blue pixel, and 2 green pixels. Why it's that way, I don't know. Yeah, it comes down to like computer science mixed with color science, optical science. Yeah, it's a thing. So basically, the green is weighted like twice as much as the red and the blue. So in PixInsight here with the screen transfer function, when you do when the RGB channels are linked and you stretch the image, you get all green. So you unlink them with the link icon here, and then stretch it, and now it stretches it. And so you can see here, the green is stretched way less than the red and the blue. But once you color calibrate it, it goes away, right? So it's not really a problem. So first thing to do is to remove gradients, and I'm not even gonna. I'm just gonna use Graxpert, because we're gonna maybe compare this with Cyril, in which case I'll use Graxpert for subtracting the gradients with that too, so we can do as much of a like for like comparison as possible. And Graxpert usually does a great job anyways. This looks like maybe it subtracted some nebulosity. There's a bit of pink in there. I wonder if we can get it to not. I think the only setting in Graxpert is the smoothing option. Let's iterate on that a little bit. Let's see. Yeah, correction, subtraction. There's subtraction and division. I don't know what the difference that is. So I guess we'll just try it and try with division, see what that does. Just as long as we don't divide by 0. Yeah, hard to see much of a difference. So I wonder maybe if we look at the maybe either increase or decrease the smoothness. Let's just try bringing the smoothness way down. Then we'll try bringing the smoothness up. The gradients in my images tend to be, yeah, it's looking pretty much the same on all of these. So the gradients in my images tend to be very, very smooth, gradual gradients. And my assumption on that is because the sky glow tends, because when you're in the light pollution, the dominant factor is going to be the sky glow. You have so much extra glowing in the sky, and that's going to be like a smooth gradient throughout the image. So I think making assumptions a bit, and these gradients aren't even really too bad in here, because this was shot at like zenith. This was like shooting straight up. This thing is like right overhead, so it's kind of ideal place to shoot. So let's just try the smoothness all the way up. See what that does. A lot of times astrophotography processing is literally just, increase the slider and try it, decrease the slider and try it. And I'm getting very similar results, like no matter what I change. So, all right, well, we'll go with that then. What is up, Ollie Fab? Glad to see you here. We are processing some space pics. This is the California Nebula that we shot the other night. Had the telescope outside, and we were running this one. I've imaged this many times, but it's kind of a perfect target for me. And there's not many other targets that I have to look at that I can really see from my balcony. So we're just gonna get what we can get. I guess that applies for pretty much any photography, doesn't it? So, okay, I've removed the gradients. Next thing to do is to color calibrate. And I can look at my View Explorer, and I do have an astrometric solution. And, just increase the slider or decrease it, right? So that's good. Let's see. I need to color calibrate. So I need a sample of nice clean looking background. This looks pretty good here, I think. And let's use the spectrophotometric color calibration, which is not a tool. I'm pretty sure I won't have a tool like this in Cyril, but that's okay. Yeah, I mean, it definitely helps to understand the, the underlying, math that's going on, at least the basics of the math. So now we're color calibrated, and that looks about right. I really love this camera lens. Really does give pretty nice star shapes, nice round stars, even without doing any sharpening on here of them. And they get a little bit streaky towards the edge of the image. It might be that I have a little bit of sensor tilt going on. Pretty streaky up there. It almost looks like coma, but this is definitely not. I think I just have maybe a little bit of sensor tilt. My camera has the ability to adjust that. That actually kind of does look like coma, which is, maybe it's just a limitation of that lens. Yeah, there you go. Okay, color calibrated. Next trick is blur exterminator. Now we will sharpen the heck out of it. Yeah, this is the Rokinon 135mm f2 lens that's really popular. So it seems that it is popular for a reason. And then, blur exterminator just makes everything look super sharp. Yeah, I think you're, astro peepers. I like that term. Yeah, with good reason though. With good reason though, because we want to see, we're trying to bring out, faint details, and we want to see space in as best detail as we can, and with taking pictures of celestial or earthbound objects, that's maybe less critical, or you want it to be kind of soft for artistic expression or something, so I can see the reason for that. These tools have really intense names. Yeah, blur exterminator. It's pretty fun. This is a third-party plugin called Blur Exterminator. And then there's two other tools that I'm going to use. The next one is called Star Exterminator. So Blur Exterminator, Star Exterminator, and Noise Exterminator. So they were just all about exterminating here with these tools. Ooh, excuse me. Thermonuclear destruction of haze. Yeah, I would rather have like noise murderer, blur slaughterer. It doesn't quite roll off the tongue as well. Okie dokie. Stars have been exterminated, but they'll be back later. That is a lovely image. Pretty nice. Grain serial killer. Yeah, get that grain out of there. Pretty good. Definitely not as much data as my other image that has like my other version of this image that has like 12 hours of exposure time. But you can't expect that. So now we will exterminate the noise. And these tools are really terrific. It'll be interesting to see if I can get, you know, anywhere near as good a results with some free software. Or maybe you can, but these are just really easy to use. And I feel like it's kind of hard to see because I kind of have like a lot of glare on my monitor. That's kind of why I'm moving the image around a bit. But like I feel like I've got some purplish banding. Maybe, yeah. I don't know. I've kind of seen that in some of my images. It's really faint, and the flat's usually calibrated out. There's like a diagonalish purple stripe. I think it might be like a light leak in my image train somewhere. And the flat's usually calibrated out, but I feel like I'm noticing it there. You see the banding? Yeah, there's like sort of, well, like 20 degrees angle of like a purple stripe. Yeah, one there. Yeah, usually I see it at the bottom. Now I'm seeing it at the top also on here. So that's interesting. I'm not sure what would be causing that. I think it won't. Yeah, I think it won't be there. The banding counter insurgency unit. I'm thinking that's a light leak. And I'm trying to think like where, yeah, you think a third of the way up? Like there's another one? Hold on, there you go. Now it really shows. Yeah, it's definitely there. Yeah, there's two. Yeah, there's kind of a, maybe. There's definitely one there. That's interesting. I did calibrate my flat. Oh. Yeah, I actually might need to take new flats. Because I took that image train apart basically because I took my camera off when I shot pictures of Mars the night before. So my flats may not be calibrating correctly. So I may need to do new flats. I think we'll process it with what we have for now. But yeah. Have I tried DBE? I've already done I've used Graxpert on this. So and I wanted to do just Graxpert because I want to practice. I want to try this image in some free software as well. And I'll use Graxpert for the gradient. I want to, you know, I'm trying to compare apples to apples as much as possible. So, yeah, I've seen this purple band in I think like all of my images, and like I said, usually the flat's calibrated out. I think my best guess where that's coming from is the filter drawer. I have. Let me just bring this over here. We can take a look. Let me see. Maybe we can take a look here. What's up, Pippi Land? All right, so here's this thing here. Let me see if I can. Let me change the exposure so you can see this here. We'll kind of take a look together. And isn't that great though? Like, look at this, just this tiny little package. You know, one hand. Like, oh yeah, that's my astrophotography rig, my telescope. You know. Let's see. I can increase the exposure on that a little bit. Okay, so it's hard for me to see. So it's like where could light possibly be leaking if that is what's causing that purple band? And so my guess, is it around the lens mount or where the camera is screwed in here? I don't think so. My guess would be the filter drawer, because there has to be, there's the filter, right? And so my guess would be, but I don't know, even there, it seems kind of, because there's a little bit of a shelf, but there has to be play in there, right? For this thing to be able to slide in and out. So what I could do is I could seal off this edge with some gaff tape. I think maybe next time I get this out for some imaging, I'll do that. Just seal that edge up with gaff tape and see if that... You don't think that's a light leak, Stan? Okay. I don't know what could be, so I'm open to suggestions. It does seem to be in all of my images. Too consistent and too even. Gotcha. Something going on with the sensor then. I think it was just because I'm seeing like a straight line, and I'm thinking like a straight line. Yeah, a light leak would probably be like a gradient, like a glow. I think some sensors used to have this. What would they call that? You would see like a amp glow. Amp glow. But I don't think that's amp glow either. So, anyways, that's curious. But I think it's actually faint enough that it's really not going to show up in this image once I actually process it. So, yeah. I don't think it's something on the lens, because that would show up like a dark spot. Yeah, light leak would be from one area. This is the first time I've seen this in the sort of the top and the bottom like this. It's usually like right here. It's the first time I've seen it up there also. Those lines are definitely parallel, or parallel-ish. So it's a great mystery. Maybe I just need to get a new camera or build a new telescope. I'm working on it. This is the Player One Astronomy Uranus C camera. IMX 585 image sensor. Try a dark frame of 5 minutes to see if it shows up. Oh, that's a great idea, Stan. Yeah, I have never taken darks because I can't match the temperature, right? Because it's not a cooled camera, but that would show if, that would tell you if it shows up, wouldn't it? Yeah, it's not. Yeah, this is not like, it's not a big, and it like I've like overstretched the image to really exaggerate it, but like when I normally stretch it, you won't see it, in here. I think flat frames calibrates it out usually, Stan. So that's this is the first time I've seen it with two stripes like that. So, yeah. Oh, okay. So you haven't seen this? You have the same sensor? Interesting. Interesting. Well, actually, I need to. Oh, cool. Yeah, it's a pretty cool little. I think it's a pretty good sensor. Yeah, yeah. Let's do that. I like Stan's idea. I want to shoot a dark frame, but now I got to go plug it in, plug it back in and everything. So give me like 1 second. Why don't I run a? I'll do a BRB and run a Twitch ad while I'm up and messing with that. So yeah, let me do that, and I'll be right back in like 1 minute. Okay, let's see. Design a flat panel that mounts to the rig. That would be fun. Yeah, we're gonna do that right now. We're gonna do the dark flat or the dark check. Whoops, no, not that one. This one. And luckily, so I left my mini PC running over there. I'm like, I'm not gonna need this anymore, and shut it. But I didn't. I left it on. Normally, I would turn it off, but you never know when you're gonna come back to stuff. So get a little caffeine going here too. Okay, so what I can do is, let's see, go equipment and connect the camera. I don't need to connect any other equipment, so we'll do the same gain and offset settings. And I'll just go to imaging tab, and I need to click the save button, and I'll just call this, I'll give it a target name, dark, and I'll shoot a 300-second exposure, and check back in 5 minutes. Meanwhile, back to processing in PixInsight. I want to remove the chrominance noise, work on the chrominance noise a little bit. This is another step that I do on my images that The noise exterminator plugin does a good job, really good job, but it does leave a bit of chrominance noise, which I kind of picky about. So to do that, I get a really aggressive mask like that. Invert the mask and then use multi-scale linear transform to remove the chrominance noise. It's a very subtle effect, but it is noticeable. Before and after, it just makes the background look nice and flat. You do lose a little bit of color maybe in there, but in the really faint nebulosity, but I would prefer that to the noise in the background. Get rid of that. Let's just change that to CA. Scott by Scott with the Trifid Nebula emote. What's up, Scott by Scott? Alrighty. Next is histogram transformation. And this is where I always just kind of eyeball these, and but I am kind of interested to try some of these other tools. And yeah, that purple banding is showing up. That is, I'd have to really crush. Well, yeah, actually, yeah, I think I really would have to crush a lot of nebulosity to get rid of that. So, don't want to crush it that much. Yeah. Yeah, this monitor is terrific. 4K OLED monitor at that too. So the darks, the darks are really dark. But my main problem right now though actually is in the daytime is this monitor is so large and I have some like glare from my windows. So I kind of can't see the left side that well, so you'll see me go like that. I have to look around to kind of see the whole thing, right? So yeah, blackout curtains. That would make me really depressed though. I strive on daylight. I'm solar powered. I mean, unless like I lived in Alaska or something, and I like had to have, if we had 24-hour sun, for sleepy times. Yeah, I swear I'm solar powered. Like once the sun goes down, my motivation to like do anything just. So I'm much more productive in the summertime generally. Yeah, I'm the opposite. I'm not really a morning person either, but I'm definitely more productive in the mornings than in the evening. Okay, so let's see. Let's see if we can see it. That dark frame is done. So now I'm just going to navigate to my directory on Nina, and let's take a look. So, you know, that's the auto stretch dark frame. I don't see that banding in there. Not at all. Well, maybe I need to bring that into PixInsight. The thing that I hate about this in PixInsight is you have to debayer these images. You can't just like click a button to debayer it. You have to like do it as a whole process and like have to save it. 5 minutes, so the same as my as all my light frames. So you would expect it, you know, if it was like a sensor issue, it should be generally a like for like comparison, although the temperature is a lot higher because this is indoors right now versus outdoors at night. So so you have to debayer the image, and which like this is really lame. You can't just like click debayer. You have to add the file, and then yeah, then you have to like output it. So it has to like make a copy of it to do that, which is, you know, it can't just like run that in the background. Yeah, that's really annoying. I wish it could just do that. Then like I have to like output it somewhere. I'll just put it in my downloads folder. So that's the dark frame. Yeah, I don't see any evidence of that banding in there at all. You know, like when I play with the slider here to bring it out. So it must be something in the lens or something, I suppose. Interesting misadventures. Yeah, I know. Like, ideally, you want the dark frames to match the temperature of your light frames. So your light frames are going to be all at, well, they could be at varying temperatures. You know, if it's one temperature during the middle of, you know, at the beginning of the session, and then, you know, gradually changes to a lower temperature or higher. So my understanding is you want those dark frames to match the light frames, and I've tried that. I've shot dark frames with the camera cold and about the same temperature. When I try to calibrate dark frames, it makes the overall noise worse. Is there a porch light or something that could cause a reflection? There is a lot of porch lights. There is a lot of porch lights. I have a apartment balcony, and there are multiple very bright lights on the other buildings around it. So that's that's definitely a possibility. But this banding is always in the same location on my images, on my sub-exposures, regardless of what part of the sky I'm shooting. So a longer dew shield. Perhaps. Yeah, it's always in the same spot. Yep. Let's see. Let's take a look at some other data here. And let's see. What's one that... Which one should we... So if it's there, so this one, okay, so this is a Jellyfish Nebula, and it's not present. Jellyfish Nebula and Monkey Head. And this one, I mean, I don't think it's present in there. Because I think it's the flat frames calibrated out. Any LEDs on the rig? Yes, but they shouldn't be anywhere near... if they're LEDs, then it would they're not in the same spot, because it would be the camera's going to move, you know, relative to the LEDs, because the LEDs are on the non-moving part of the rig. So that wouldn't explain why it's always in the same spot. But what does seem to be clear is that banding gets calibrated out with flat frames, right? So it's not present in this data. This is 10 hours of the 10 hours of data, and it's not present here. So let's look at just look at some other various images. Maybe not that one. This one? This one I've processed a little bit on and removed the gradient. So, yeah, that would be my understanding, right? Whatever it is, it's something that is, it's going to be consistent on, like, relative to the image sensor. So it's like not a, it wouldn't be a porch light, because then it wouldn't be in the same spot in all different images. So, let's see. We'll just kind of go through these. So here is California Nebula. Yeah, I don't think it can see it there. Oh, shoot. This one? Okay, this one hasn't had any processing done on it. These images that are, like, you know, where nebulosity is filling the frame, it may be harder to see if it's present. Could it be dew forming, dropping across the lens and evaporating before you see it? I don't know. I don't think that's likely. It would be very unusual. It'd be very rare to see dew. It's very rare to have dew be an issue in Southern California. One of the benefits of living, you know, in a dry climate, dry area, is and dew, I would expect to see just more of make the image overall look fuzzy, but I'm not going to rule it out. So here is the Pleiades. This has a lot of background. I don't know if I see it. Let me remove the gradient there. Yeah. And yeah, so if you've seen the news about all the fire in California, there's not much moisture to be had around here right now. So yeah, let's all right, let's do Graxpert on this image. I think I have to remove the gradients before that starts to show up, if it's going to be there. Do we have rain coming this weekend? Yeah, I don't think I see it in this image. I don't think it's present here. I think it's really just a matter of you know, my flat frame is calibrating that out. I know I've seen it in other images though. Yeah. So, maybe let me just check and make sure that I even, like, I'm pretty sure I had my flat frames in there, but let me, let me just see again. Oh, well, I don't like the sound of that. Did I use the wrong flat frames? Oh, you know what? Hold on. I might have just made a dum-dum. And I think yeah. I think so. Let me see. Did I just use the wrong... Ah! I used the wrong flat frames. These flat frames are for a different filter. But a learning experience, right? Let me switch. Let me pop this one back. So what we're gonna do is let's go back to where we can see that banding. Do we see it in there? Okay, if I extra stretch it. Can I extra stretch it? Yeah, I don't know if you can see it popping out there. Oh, cool, Pippi Land. Yeah, Pleiades. Pleiades really needs dark skies to really get the beautiful detail out in there. Okay, there we go. Now we can definitely see this banding, right? So, all right, we're gonna redo this. We're gonna redo this. We're gonna restack this. Let me get that set up. Yeah. So this is like when you. So this is auto stretched with the stars removed and after the noise reduction. So the auto stretch, the screen transfer function goes crazy with the background. It way overstretches it. Like you would never stretch it like that. So it really over exaggerates a lot of this stuff. But we'll compare it. Let me redo the stack here, and we'll compare it. Batch processing, weighted batch speed processing. Yeah, I kind of rushed through this, and I had the wrong flats selected in there. Bias frames don't change. So my dark flats are also going to be wrong also. So let me add the correct ones. Aha, we have figured out. So my flats... Oh, I forget. No, shoot. Now I forget which ones... Oh, wait, okay, no, it should be 0.2, yeah, 0.29 seconds, yeah, these ones. Flats, clear. Flats, if you guys don't know, are definitely the most important calibration frames. All the other ones I think is kind of marginally help, but the your flats are the biggest ones, and I'm pretty sure we'll see why when I calibrate this again, and then you'll see... We'll rerun that. You'll see how it makes a difference. And while that's running, let's check in on our 3D print. 85% complete here on this part. Looking forward to this one finishing. Because, well, this is a paid job. This is the last in a whole bunch of parts that I'm printing for a guy. And so with this finished, then, yeah, hopefully I get paid. And then I can get back to telescope parts. And I've got most of the parts for the focuser complete. This part needs to be reprinted, this main focuser drive gear. But I've got my draw tube and the focuser housing. And this red ring here. These are ready. So I really just need to reprint this part, this main drive gear, and put that on there. And then I can assemble the focuser, and actually get that working. And then that whole assembly, gets mounted to the main front ring here, and that will look something like that. And with that completed, then I have the main rear assembly. That's good to go. So I really just need to glue the mirror in there. And then I should have on the front ring here gets the carbon fiber spider vanes to hold the secondary mirror. I have the secondary mirror. I'm waiting on those carbon fiber parts. Those should show up this week. And yes, he said there's rain coming in, so probably that rain is going to show up, or my parts are going to be ready. The telescope's going to be ready just in time for the rain. So that'll be perfect. 4.5 inches, the mirror. 114 millimeters, which is about 4.5 inches. Yeah, look at that. Rain on Saturday, Sunday. Oh, but look, next week looking pretty good, though. After that. Saturday night, Sunday morning. Okay, so maybe we'll get Sunday evening. No, this is showing me maybe cloudy, maybe some rain even Sunday evening. Oh, but it's a low percentage chance. Oh, Saturday night, Sunday morning. Yeah, probably right. That's a pretty high. It's only 67% chance, so that means it's probably not going to rain. So, but yeah, it looks like pretty clear skies all throughout the week. But am I going to have... The main thing I'm waiting on that will keep me from first light is those carbon parts. We're going to look that up. See if I can check the tracking on that. That should be... I think that should show up this week. Let's take a look. If I can get an idea on that. Your package arrived at airport awaiting transit. Okay, so I think the last update was yesterday. Package arrived at airport, so it was probably at the airport in China yesterday, which means it'll probably show up in LA today, which means hopefully I'll have it tomorrow. And if I have that tomorrow, Friday night, I may be able to get it, fingers crossed. We may be able to do first light on this guy Friday night. Maybe Thursday. Money is a necessary evil. You're right about that.
Give me money. Money me. Money now. Me a money needing a lot now.
It's a good Always Sunny clip related to that. So yeah, hopefully that works out. I'll be excited to give that a try.
Can I offer you a nice egg in this trying time?
Almost done with the restack here. Oh, I got a package delivered. It's like Christmas 2 or 3 days out of the week when you have Amazon Prime. Oh. Blue painter's tape. This is the good shit. I'm planning to paint the inside of these tubes with a matte black spray paint, which I happen to have from, I can't remember how long ago or whatever. I've got a whole can of perfect flat black spray paint. So I'm gonna mask the outside and paint the inside of the tubes. That would be a good thing to do today, probably. So it's time for the paint to cure, to dry. And clear adhesive RTV silicone sealant for attaching the mirrors. And also just having some RTV around for general crafting and home repair and stuff. You know, RTV silicone's good stuff. So that's my Amazon order for today. What'd you guys get? I actually have also more filament showing up today too, because I really like this filament and I had to get more to print all these parts. So that should show up. It was ordered separately, so. Or it was ordered at the same time, but shipped separately. So, RTV FTW. I like that. Yeah, RTV silicone, good stuff. Good stuff. Okay, this is done. Groovy. 12 6-quart bins coming in today. What is that for? What could he possibly be using that for? 6 rolls of cheap masking tape. Well, so yeah, the good strategy would be you use the good masking tape to mask the edge of what you're painting or whatever, and then when you need just to like fill in a big surface area, then you use the cheap stuff for that, right? So I kind of thought about that, but I'm like, nah, I'll just get one roll of the good stuff should be enough for doing what I need to do. Okay, let me delete these unnecessary, unneeded calibration files. And now we have, all right. Now this one, let me bring let's take the first one that we had, and let's bring this state back to the very initial state on that. And see if we can see that purple banding. I don't know if you can see it. I think I can see it. I don't know if you can see it in the stream or not, but I think it's there. So that's this is the old one, the first one we did, and this is the new one. So, yeah, I think it was an artifact of improper flats calibration. Barely. Yeah, so let's bring that back to the process state. Okay, so that's there. So let's get this one, the new one, to the same processed state, and then we'll compare, right? So we did Graxpert on that. Yeah, it stands out a lot more when you remove the stars and then stretch it, right? Wow, I think Graxpert, yeah, I think the background gradient that Graxpert removed looks different from what I remember too. So that's indicative. That's a tricky word. Indicative of poorly calibrated flats. And that is looking very nice. So then next step was the color calibration. Just making sure I do all the same steps in the same order. And spectrophotometric color calibration. Grab my preview. Apply.
Wow, it's very nice.
It's very nice. Color calibrated, yeah. I think I just overall can just see that just looks, it looks cleaner, it looks nicer. I think that's okay. Now we blur exterminate, star exterminate, noise exterminate, blah 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 blah. You know the process. I want to get like a I want to get a better webcam. And by a better webcam, I mean use my GH4 as a webcam. It would do much better with dynamic range and the low light. And I'm struggling with, getting the exposure and the focus and stuff. And I could do that, but I would have to blur eviscerate. I like that one. Oh, we got to star exterminate before we blur. Oh no, we already blur eviscerated. But I would need a capture, like an HDMI capture card to use that. And would need an AC adapter to power the camera. Kind of a couple of wires, and I don't know. Maybe it's worth it. I use that camera for shooting videos for, YouTube videos and stuff. So I need that camera elsewhere, but not while I'm streaming. So. And then I could use the webcam for like an overhead shot of like a project or something that I'm working on. So, I don't know. Maybe it'd be worth it if I can figure out a way to kind of do it without the setup being really, really a pain in the butt. Then maybe it'd be worthwhile. Trying to have more of a nice, kind of professional looking streamer setup, because I like things to look nice. Okay, now. Yep, there we go. So it was just, see the differences between the two. It was just poor flat calibration. So, glad we got to the bottom of that. I suppose, yeah. Why that blue band is there? Because I know I've seen it in, I know I've seen it in other images before that I calibrate without flats. The flats correct this. So like what that is or why it's there. Yeah, there must be some kind of leak in the light train. Or I don't know, some kind of. Well, it's not sensor glow or amp glow because we would see that in the dark frame. So, yeah, I don't know what it is, but I know that flats correct it. And there you go. There's your demonstration as to why you want flat frames in your images. Okay, so we can just get rid of this. We're done with you. You're ugly. That was the stars for it. We don't need that. So, yeah. We've got to the bottom of that. It would be nice to know why, why or what that is. But, I mean, as long as I can correct it, it's not really that important. But it would be nice to know so that, you can look to avoid it. So, but here we are. All right, let's histogram transform this guy. And, actually, no, I don't want that. Yeah, that's something Future Dave can look into. And now I don't even feel like, I feel like the background, and I could try to reduce the chrominance noise on here, but it's really so minor that I don't think I'm gonna bother with it. This image is rather clean. I think this is a very well calibrated image. So let's just run the histogram transformation. We'll non-linearize this guy. Yeah, and now as I darken the background, the whole background just gets much cleaner, much smoother looking. And I just heard my printer rapid travel to the home position because it's done printing. So with most 3D prints, it's good to let them cool, just kind of in their enclosure, or just cool ambiently for at least a few minutes. You don't want to get like a thermal shock to them. Like right now it's sitting there. The chamber's 100 degrees Fahrenheit and the bed's 105 Celsius. You don't want to just go rip it out of there because you could thermal shock, cause cracking and stuff. So we don't want to do that. All right, nonlinear stretched, and let's see. Oh, my buddy MPH is getting back to me. I have a musician friend that I'm trying to encourage him to get on Twitch, do music streams. He'd be great because he's got a great personality, and he's a brilliant musician. And there's a lot of really popular, live music streamers. So I'm kind of trying to hey man, you should get on Twitch, dude. He would be a lot of fun to hang out with. So, let's see. This is where I like to do local histogram equalization to bring out a little bit more detail in the nebula. Okie dokie, that'll be good enough for now. And then some curves. Probably want to do a bit of an S curve, a bit more contrast. make the whole thing brighter. And then just kind of just a simple, probably just a simple saturation boost to that. There's not much, really not much else in way of mixing with the colors on here to do. And that's probably all I would do with that, except for correct these, the rather ugly star halos, which I just clone stamp out. And yeah, let me see. Like, I gotta respond to my guy real quick here. All right. This is my guy that made the Dave Build Stuff intro, made the intro sound jingle for my YouTube channel. So I'm trying to get, I want to get a variation on that. I want to say Dave teach stuff, because I'm starting a tutorial series on CAD design. And that way I think that will be a little bit more appropriate. And I do kind of see some of the chrominance noise coming out in here. So I'm kind of thinking I want to backtrack this image. Yeah, you know what? We're gonna do that. We're gonna do this right. So I need to go back to the non-linear state, the noise exterminated state. Actually, the go here and auto stretch it. Yeah. So let me do that. And I just do the stock noise reduction settings on the chrominance on 7 layers. And while that's running, I need to go for a bathroom break. And I'll check on this print, and I'll run a Twitch ad while I do that. I'll be back in a minute or so. Always. If you're not multitasking, are you even trying? I'm freaking blur exterminating. I'm fucking piss exterminating. And I'm 3D printer and plastic exterminating. All right, that's what we wanted. Now I get that chrominance noise out of there. Now when I stretch the image, the background will look just that much bit nicer. But now I have to go through this whole thing again, which is fine. We'll do that. We will do that. Maziv shared some really nice images of the Monkey Head Nebula. What scope did you use on that Monkey Head Nebula, Maziv? That wasn't the that SV Bony SV555, was it? Because that thing, I would expect you to not have that kind of field of view with that scope. All right, we're gonna get this thing back to kind of where I was. Ah, yes. I didn't see any diffraction spikes on that. I guess there's just not any really bright stars in that image, in that area. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm like, with the amount of detail in that, I'm like, there's no way you shot that. Like, that had to have some pretty big aperture. So yeah, it's just a little bit like, it's like there's like a continuity error in a bad movie, because I'm like, you're posting pictures of these little rigs, you know, the SV255, and then you're posting that data. So kind of like, wait a minute, he showed us one thing, but now we see the other thing. So okay, then just a bit of curves adjustment to add some contrast. Crush that background just a bit more. And then some saturation. That'll do. That will do. Okay, curves. Did that actually apply? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Looking good. Let's get the clone stamp. Now we want to... just kind of clean up these halos a little bit. This one's a really bright star, so you know, a little bit of a halo around a really bright star like that doesn't necessarily bother me too much. And that's trying to get this to look kind of even, and I might crush this background a little bit to kind of hide all this. Yeah, that's probably okay. Ah, gotcha. Oh, okay. I mean, I didn't really look at it that closely either. Like, just on the Discord, you don't really get like the, you know, you don't get the quite the same, you know, zoomed in view. So. Just one kind of other little spot in there like that. Okie dokie. And then we need to just stretch the stars and put the stars back in. SETI Astros NB2 RGB star combination. And we'll star stretch that to 3.5 and execute. Oh, yeah, right. Right. Oh God! Oh God! No! Whoops! I accidentally had it trying to do the star stretch on the not star image, so that's gonna be weird. Stars. That's the one. All right, let me just pop a quick S on this so we know it's filled with stars. Then we pixel math the stars back in. Oh, cool. Yeah, right on. Does the reducer affect the aperture of the lens? That's I think that's kind of a little bit of a loaded question. So it's not going to change the optical resolution of the aperture, right? That's the what is it? The diffraction limit of light. That has to do with the diameter of the aperture of the optics system and the amount of detail that can be resolved. But yeah, so the larger the aperture, the finer details that can be resolved. But they'd have, as I understand, the effect of, I guess, concentrating the light more, so you get the same, something along the lines of like you get the same amount of light as having, so it effectively increases the amount of light as having a larger aperture, but there's no way, it can't physically increase the optical resolution. I don't know if that makes sense. And since I'm just rattling off, that may not be accurate. So there's almost 3 hours of data on the California Nebula and processed here in PixInsight. I think it looks pretty darn good. I definitely like it. I like the background's pretty smooth. Stars look great. Good color. It's definitely not as detailed and full as my my bigger one here. So this I didn't write down how much data I have on this, but I could look it up. So this one was like, I think this one is like 12 hours total data. So you can see there's a lot more detail in the faint nebulosity that's revealed in this image. If I rotate this guy 90 degrees counterclockwise. I have a bit more saturation in the one on the right, but the one on the left is just like, yeah, there's just so much more, you know, that's kind of showing here faintly, but here we really get it to show up nicely. Yeah. I think you're right about that myth. Oh, cool. Got some IFN in there, huh, Massive? Yeah, I don't think I'm going to get that from the light pollution. Certainly not with the light pollution filter that I'm using. But, so the one on the left was the one that I processed in a 2-panel mosaic. Yeah, the detail in the like dark nebula over here. Yeah, a lot sharper, a lot more pronounced. Yeah, look at like this. Yeah, that's a big difference there. Look at the big difference here. Much sharper, much more detailed. All this dark. This just looks like on this side it's just you see kind of like a big triangular area, but here you see all this detail, these fuzzy bits in here. So that's some of the differences between you know, more integration time on a target. So kind of just can give you some ideas about, you know, how much do you want to, you know, how much time should you spend on a target, you know, kind of depends on what you're trying to get out of it. Oh, you meant to ask about focal length. Got it. Yeah. Cool. Okay, so my print is done, and it's cool enough that I can take it off the print bed. So let me go do that. Oh, gotcha. So I'll try to do this. I'll try to pull this off and keep it in the printer so you can see what I'm working on. Let me pop over there and do that real quick. And I'll be over there. Okay, well, this part printed really nicely. You could see me removing a lot of support material. Unfortunately, I had to print a lot of support material. This was not designed by me. If I designed this part, I would have done it differently so that support material is not required. This is the foot pedal, if that wasn't obvious for this project. Force feedback foot pedal assembly. So this is just the pedal part of it. The last part of the assembly. And wow, this stuff is strong, dude. This is ABS, but like this carbon fiber filled ABS, but it just feels. I mean, I printed a lot of ABS, and I know what ABS feels like. This does not feel like ABS. This feels very stiff. Yeah. Yeah, this is my new favorite material. So I printed it in this orientation. You saw me removing all the support material. And it actually printed, for support material, it printed really nicely. This is definitely my new favorite material. This stuff is... Soriatech definitely needs to sponsor me, because I'm going to be singing their praises. Yeah. Maybe. So, I mean, the biggest problem is... the biggest weak spot is going to be across the layer lines across here, right? Because it pins here. But it's not a single layer there because this is a little bit at an angle. So, yeah, it may end up doing, pretty okay. But, yeah, it feels... Yeah, very stiff. I like it. I got to send my guy a message, tell him to come pick up his parts. Come pay for your parts, my guy. Still a little bit of cleanup to do on that one, but I can do that. I can do that off stream. Okay. Send that message out. Okay, now... Very excited to get that finished because that means I can go get a telescope part going. Let me go clean up this mess in the printer, and then I will, then then I can get that going. So I'll be right over there. I'll just put the BRB on there. And what's our Twitch status? Yeah, I'm going to run another ad break here because that will disable the pre-roll ad. So I'll be right back. Okay. Printer is cleaned up and warming up. Let's see. What's up, Star Traveler? Good afternoon, sir. How are you? Just trying to see what did I miss on chat over here. Yeah, misadventures, what I was trying to get at. Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at. It changes the effective focal ratio of the reducer, but not the size of the aperture. That's a physical limitation of the optics, right? So, which just means that the optical resolution, how much the detail you can resolve. Pippaland, your new image looked absolutely fantastic. I don't know if I commented that, but your image of the Orion Nebula looked really incredible. So that's cool to see. So Myth has the SV503-102. Uh-huh. Yeah. Oh, okay. So yeah, you're at like f5.6-ish. I mean, that's still kind of slow, you know. You just need more integration time, especially with narrowband filters, right? So. Let me. Okay. Alrighty. Let's see. We need to get this out of the way. And let's bring up. Oh my gosh, I gotta load SolidWorks. It's kind of odd for me just to not have SolidWorks always running, you know, constantly in the background always. I do a lot of CAD design. It's kind of like a weird day if I'm not constantly working in SolidWorks, right? Seems like I haven't done anything. All right, so I'm gonna print I want to print the big gear here. The big gear. So this guy, this is the big focus drive, the main focus drive gear with cool helical pattern of spheres. I need to do a YouTube tutorial on how I did that because that was kind of tricky. So how much printing left? Star Traveler, I think it's only really 2 parts. Well, 3 parts. So I need the big gear, the big drive gear, and these 2 center sections. But I'm gonna print these. This center section I split into 2 parts, and I'm gonna print this one, the rear side, and then this shorter section. I'm gonna leave that out. That way I can adjust the spacing between the 2 mirrors to get the focus point right where I want it, and so then I'll adjust the size of this, the thickness of that piece there. So that may grow or shrink a little bit. So I'll print that later. And then the dust cover, so that's another part to print, and but that's kind of a last priority, right? So, but I need. I'm pretty sure I don't have enough material to print these big sections. But the next thing really to do is print this part so that I can work on the focuser assembly and get that all tuned and working right. Because there's a little bit of handwork involved with that. So, actually, let's see. I think I want to add a feature to this. Actually, I think I want to add a chamfer. Yeah, I want to trim these, because I'm gonna print against this surface. That's going to be the surface against the build plate. But I want to add a I want to add a chamfer so I don't print the gear teeth right at the edge here, because these will likely have a bit of elephant's foot. If you're familiar with 3D printing, where the material wants to bulge out, and that'll affect the gear mesh. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a revolved cut, and I want to go. I'm going to do that. I'm going to back this way up here. Yes, somewhere in here. So the ball bearings fit into the focus screw threads, like a modifier. Yes, exactly. The ball bearings sit in the little. Well, I just rolled it back. The ball bearings sit. I can roll it forward. The ball bearings sit in these little spherical pockets, and you can kind of see they're in the helical pattern. As I kind of spin this through here, you can see them gradually getting higher and higher, and then switching back. So this is the helical pattern. I can actually, where's my helix? So there's the helix shown in light blue there. So that's the same helical pattern as the sort of the thread, the helicoid thread on the focus ring. So, all right, I'm gonna back this up, and so what I'm gonna do. So normally you would use the chamfer tool, but that's not going to work because it's going to try to chamfer around this whole profile. That actually might make SolidWorks crash. So instead, I'm just going to draw the. I'm going to draw the shape that I want to cut. And then I'll do a revolve cut. 45 degrees on that. And then this maybe 2 millimeters. That looks really huge. 1 millimeters. That may not be enough, but we'll try that. We will find out. Then this I want to be horizontal. So that's in line. And then we just need to bring this. And now this is tricky because we need, what we can do. Oh, yeah. So I can dimension this, and then this equals outside diameter divided by 2. And that'll put it right there. The reason I did that is you can see there's a little bit of a gap here. It won't snap perfectly to the edge there because we have this tooth profile cut, and there's not, the outside of the circle doesn't quite line up with this this plane view. So, and then I just need an axis to revolve that around, and I can make that a construction line. Then we do a revolve cut. And it already picked that up. And now I can see it's not quite cutting through all of the teeth. Let me select that. So I'm not sure if I want to do it like that. It didn't quite cut through all of the teeth. I'd have to cut into it quite a bit. Well, I can try. It's parametric, so you can just tweak this. So it looks like I need to maybe double that. Yeah, I'd have to do, or more even. Yeah. So I'd have to cut it back quite a ways. Not sure if I want to do that or not, because now I'm really trimming quite a bit into the gear tooth. And then the mesh with the other, with the other gear gets a little bit affected. Maybe it's not a problem at all. Yeah, maybe perfecto, right? So, see, my sort of concern here is now I'm really getting a lot less mesh on the gear. Although, I'm still meshing up here. This is probably going to print a lot nicer. I don't really need necessarily this full engagement, so no. This is 45 degrees is kind of a minimum overhang that we can get away with 3D printing. That's not necessarily true. You can get away with less. So if I change this to like 60 degrees. Just doing some math to calculate that. Oh, whoops. Nope. Actually, what I meant was 30 degrees. So that's more of an overhang than typically, typically with 3D printing, you want to stick to around 45 degrees. However, maybe we get away with it. If it's overhanging, just put supports in it. Oh my God. No, definitely don't want to do that. That would be even worse. The biggest thing that we don't want to have happen is we don't want this profile to warp as it's printing, because then that'll definitely mess up the gear mesh, right? So, tell you what, let's compromise. Let's do what's halfway between 45 and 30? 37 and a half? Yeah, no, I figured it was probably 15 divided by 2. Yeah, all right, we'll do 38 degrees. That's kind of halfway between 45 and 30. Chuck it in the lathe, yeah. Yeah. The problem with that is then you may leave some like a burr, and then if you have a burr, then you have to remove a burr on every single one of these teeth, and this is a 120 tooth gear, so I don't want to do that. We'll try that. I think that'll print okay. I think that'll print just fine. And it's not a big overhang. So I think that'll produce a bit of a nicer gear. And actually, while we're here, I want to chamfer the other edge as well, because this can also curl and warp a little bit. So if we chamfer this, then that'll prevent that from happening. We'll make those vertical. Now this can be a very acute angle, maybe 15 degrees. Yeah, so this will be, and then we can dimension this like, I'll go 0.6 millimeters. That's about the equivalent of 3 layers. And then I want this and that to be collinear. And why is that not? That should be fully defined at that point. Oh, whoops. That need to be collinear. Now it's fully defined. There we go. Now we'll sort of trim away the top teeth too. And just a little bit on the top teeth. That'll help keep that from deforming. There we go. So we're just kind of missing a little bit of the teeth engagement there, but the majority of it will still be good. And let me see what's going on with the printer. Okay, it's warmed up, ready to go. Okay, that's looking good. Let's save that as. Nope, I would not need to do the same with the driving gear. It would have been nicer if I did. But that gear is already printed, so. There is another there's another trick to help keep these teeth from deforming against the build plate, and that's to print the part on a raft. But I don't want to do that because of such a large part. I'm worried about warping, especially because this is ABS. And on a raft, there's going to be less surface adhesion to the build plate. Okay, check my settings here. Got my ABS. Perimeters. I'm doing extra perimeter, and do an extra bottom and layer, and that's probably fine. Brim. I'm gonna do no outer. Okay, we should be okay with an outer brim. Do an outer and inner brim. Let's see what this looks like. Yes, you maybe could do that, Misadventures. But then you'd have to have clearance. I could have done that with more forethought, because then I think what you're describing is I can just draw. I think I know what you're describing. I think you're describing something like this. Oh, not that. I think you're describing something like that. Which, yeah, you could totally do if you eliminated this. You know, just imagine that chamfer not being there. Yeah, so you could do that. You could do that, but let me show you the problem. Well, the problem now is then you need clearance between this raft and the drive gear. So this would bind right now. So what I could do is just make this gear a little bit thicker. Either make the drive gear a little bit thinner or make this gear a little bit thicker to have more space. That would be a good way to solve that problem. Yeah. I don't want to do that because then I have to change the math on the helix angle on the gear. So I'm not gonna do that for now. But doing this also could be a good solution because having this little shelf on here could help protect the gear teeth, right? So from bumps, something bumps up against it. This gets damaged instead of hits this and yeah. Damn you, math. It's not hard math to do. It's really simple, but I just don't want to do it. So, yeah. So that is actually that's very similar to what I did on the large my large altitude gears on my Dobsonian telescope. So yeah, could do that. Not gonna do that. We're gonna stick with this. We'll stick with this for now, but it's good to have options. And all right. Yeah. This will be fun. Yeah, I think this will print. This will print just fine. Yeah, so that first layer is just nice and round, nice circle. And yeah, since it's such a small amount of material that's overhanging, I think we can get away with a pretty decent amount of overhang on there. And it's only for like a little bit, right? So 4 hours and 50 minutes on this print. That's not too bad. Yeah, so that'll finish by this evening. I'll post pictures in the Discord when that's done. Oh, good timing, bot. I mentioned the Discord and there he is. Oh, did I put that in the wrong? Yeah, whoops, I put that in the wrong directory. That's okay. I'll just put it in the right directory. Ah! Crap. Oh, that is not what I wanted to do. Okay. Sorry, guys. Get this. Sometimes it's hard to walk and chew gum at the same time, you know what I mean? Alright, upload that. We'll get this print started. Print. I always forget that I have my I print this material with the bed temperature at 110 Celsius. And when I go to pre-warm the printer, I always forget and I warm it to only 100. So now I gotta wait like another minute for it to warm up. On a good day, you can walk and chew gum? Damn. That's tough. That's tough. Well, speaking of walking and chewing gum, we're processing astro photos and 3D printing telescopes. That makes me think I should check out my Amazon order. Oh, I got another problem I need to solve too. Yeah, I got another package out for delivery. Okay, still waiting for that one. I got another problem to solve. I need to add a center dot to my mirror. New telescope mirror does not have a center dot. So I know there are, I know you can like buy kits for that, right? I don't really want to have to buy anything. Have any of you guys done that? Have you put a center dot on your mirror? What do they call it? What would you call that? Like mirror, mirror. Like a mirror center kit. You can buy like the donut. Do they call it a donut? I think I've seen that like a donut. No, not a collimating kit, but just the sticker to put, you know, the circular sticker to put in the center of the mirror. Like I know I've seen kits for that. I guess we can just Google it. Oh, okay. Oh, Dob stuff. Here we go. Okay, this is what I'm gonna do. Okay, this guy used a permanent marker, so that's what I'm gonna do. I was thinking, like, is that a good idea? Like, should I not do that? You know, maybe I'll do that. I don't know. Maybe I'll do that on the stream. You guys want to see me mess with that? I know I've seen like kits where you can buy the little stickers, and which I didn't want to do, but I'm sure they're not like expensive. But yeah, something like this. Yeah, $25. Yeah, no, I don't need that. Yeah, so I've actually already got something. Let me show you what I got. Oh, okay. The laser kit came with stickers. Yeah, I feel like I've seen stuff like that. Yeah, I've got a laser, and I've got a Cheshire eyepiece. But you need a dot in the mirror. So, you know, if you know Dave, solving all the world's problems with 3D printing. So I made this for my Hadley telescope. Instead of marking the mirror, it's a little plastic, little plastic piece with a circle on it. And so you just set this on the mirror, and there's your center. But that works with the Hadley where I can like reach the mirror, but I won't be able to do that on this thing. And plus, you don't want to have to put this thing on and off every time. But I can maybe use it as a jig. The problem with this is the center diameter is a bit small. So I'm gonna so I've got a pretty fine point red marker. So I'm gonna try to just I'll try it on the box first. And so like maybe I can just mark. Yeah, so I can draw a circle like that. And then, maybe that's enough. Although I don't think I want a red circle because, then you got a red dot on a red circle. So then maybe, let me see if I have. Okay, so then I've got a couple of black Sharpies here, and the problem with these is they're not very fine tips. So if I try to draw a circle with the bigger black Sharpie, it's just gonna make a dot, I think. Well, I kind of did a circle. I mean, I guess I can just print another one of these because it takes no time to print. I was thinking maybe I can like trace the red dot. I mean, that works. Maybe I can get a black laser. Yeah, that's why I went with the black with the black, right? All right, we're just going to go for it. I don't want to. You guys want to see me fuck shit up live on the stream, right? Look at this beautiful Chinese foil wrapping. Oh, I can try it on the backside. Oh, here we go. Oh, that's a little bit tight. Which is actually maybe kind of okay. So this is the back side of the mirror. Right? So it's a practice run. And Sharpie you can clean off very easily with rubbing alcohol. But would rubbing alcohol would rubbing alcohol bad for your mirror? Do you guys know? Ooh, that's kind of weird. By the way, in case you guys... case you guys don't believe me that that's a mirror. Wait, where's Dave in there? Be gentle. Yeah, the black Sharpie was kind of like not... Like that can smudge easily. Yeah, it's a felt tip Sharpie, right? So it shouldn't like scratch the mirror or anything. And if you did, like if you did damage the center of the mirror, would that affect the image at all? Because the center of the mirror is blocked by the center obstruction, right? So, like I wonder if that even really matters. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah. I have washed a mirror and used a little bit of alcohol. Yeah. No, I've washed my 12-inch mirror. So, okay. Well, that's kind of dried on there. Can you put a big piece of blue masking tape on it? I don't want to do that with blue tape. Tape can leave a residue, and I don't want a sticky residue on there. Okay, that's a nice tight fit. And it's cool. You can really see the curvature when I put this flat thing on there. So I have to like hold it down. Yeah, so I'm pushing it down so that it's against the surface. Yes, yeah, that's why I'm adding it. People land. Okay. So now the idea is to kind of let that, I guess I really just kind of need to let it dry. Yeah. I think it's a pretty nice mirror. I mean, I don't really know how to, I mean, just, anecdotally looking at it. It looks very nice. How well is it going to actually perform optically? I don't know, and I don't really know how to evaluate such a thing. It's just we'll find out, This was an $80 mirror made by some guy in China. All right. I mean, it's not real pretty looking, but it's in the middle. It should be pretty damn close, pretty damn in the middle. As close as the laser dot is going to be able to show me the middle. Oh, it actually looks off a little bit. Huh. What's up, hero? Yeah, actually, that's weird. How did that end up? Hmm. It's hard to. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to. Well, I think we'll go with it. We're Oh, bro, sorry to hear you were sick. For a whole week? That sucks. You were so sick you couldn't watch a stream? Well, okay. I mean, that's a center dot, and that's going to be, you know, that's going to be as accurate as my laser is going to be able to show me. And I know that collimation is going to be quite important with faster optics. This thing is supposed to be like f 3.9-ish, so yeah, that may be an issue. We will see. Like a donkey looking at a palace. I like that saying. I like that saying, PB Land. I'm gonna have to use that. When I like, there's a saying that every now and then I'll use. We have around here that's like, if somebody's struggling with something, you know, like they're struggling, that obviously like they don't know what they're doing, or they look uncoordinated or gangly or whatever, then they look like a monkey humping a football. So, yo, what's up, Utish? Is that a first time chatter? I haven't seen that name before. It is. What's up? What's up? How are you? Utish. I am sick since the beginning of the year. Oh no. Oh, dude. That sucks. Hopefully, yeah, hopefully you get over that. Yeah, I can't do anything when I'm sick, right? Much less write a bachelor thesis. Yeah, if I'm sick, I'm like, I mean, yeah, I'm just like, yeah, I'm useless.
Hello,
Yeah.
friend.
Wow, it's almost midnight in Germany. That's right, I remember you're from Germany. Oh shit. Oh yeah. The times. Yeah. Well, hopefully you're feeling better, Hero. Well, if you're here, I guess you are. That's good. Oh damn, Pippiland got the flu. Is everybody sick? I'm glad you guys are my internet friends. So you're not getting me real sick. Don't send computer viruses to me, you know. I got the COVID booster back in November, and I got a flu shot this year because I hate being sick. Being sick is the worst. I feel for you guys. Damn, Miss Adventures was sick last week, dudes. Don't stop. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm happy to be not sick. I did have yeah, that's right. Myth was feeling kind of off. Oh, we got a few academics in here. You guys writing your theses. What's the plural for thesis? Is it thesis or is it theses? Theses? Thesises. I think it's probably just thesis, right? Oh, I need some more water. Oh yeah, you were outdoors in the cold. Thesis? We can go with thesis. What are your guys' bachelor theses about? Oh yeah, I don't have small children in my life, so fortunate there. I was over like Christmas. I was like halfway sick. For like a week, like every day for like a week, I would wake up and I would have this like sore throat, and like I feel like I'm like maybe getting a fever, like I'm starting to get like the aches and pains and stuff, but I just never it never turned into full blown sick. I don't know what that was, or so maybe that was the flu, vaccine doing its thing, right? Keeping me from getting full on sick, which I'll take it. But it was kind of frustrating because it was like, oh, am I getting sick or not? Like I don't want to make plans. Like, oh yeah, let's go out. Like let's go to Vegas or let's go out to the desert for an astronomy trip, and then wake up in the morning with real, full on sick, right? So that would have really sucked. The plural word for thesis is theses. That sounds about right. About PFAS exposure via air. Oh, you got to fill me in on that acronym. Too few literature. Well, hopefully you're adding to it. Yeah, Myth. Yeah, I was like that for like a week. Like every day. Like it was like a sore throat, sore-ish throat. I take some ibuprofen, I drink, I eat some food. Later on, I start feeling better. Next morning, same thing. But it was never full-on sick. You saw everything blurry with a greenish touch. That's some scary sounding shit. That's some like neurological or something. Oh, that word, maybe I'll stick with the acronym. Yeah. Perfluoroalkyl. Alkyl. Perfluoroalkyl. Perfluoroalkyl substances. Carbon with fluorine instead of hydrogen can cause cancer. Ah, well, we don't like that. Well, it sounds like any knowledge or research around cancer is good. What types of the world might someone interact with a perfluoral alkali substance? Yeah, I feel you, people land. Yeah. Crazy. Let me pop up and grab some water. And I need to check on this print, which has started. Let me bring that up on the full screen. You guys can enjoy watching. Looks like that first layer might be a little bit wonky. Let me pop up and get some water, and I'll put that on. And every time I get up, I want to run the Twitch ad. So we make sure and disable those pre-roll ads. That's why you want to run those. So I'll be back in... it won't let me run a 30-second ad. All right, well, give me 1 minute then. I'll be back. You guys can wait a minute. Well, it's daytime for me, so I'm not going to be able to see the planets. But yes, tonight should be, if it's night where you are, or wherever, or when it becomes nighttime. We have a lot of planets we can view. Is the 25th the alignment? I don't know. I don't know. We have a close proximity alignment on the 25th. We can take a look at Stellarium. Yeah, so I know, for the next, for the past several weeks and the next several weeks, you've got, oh, you're also in Germany. Wow. It's cloudy. Yeah, so it's going to be hard to see the planets if it's cloudy. So that's, but we can take a look at Stellarium. And see, so I know we can see Saturn, Venus, Jupiter, and Mars, and those are all visible to the naked eye in the night sky. Obviously, you need a telescope to see details, but then we can also see, Uranus and I think Neptune with a telescope. Is it? That's funny. No, the beat on that music just kind of went away. But hold on, I think we have something more. Here we go. That's kind of a good mixer. That's kind of a good robot 3D printer noise. Couple of Germans here. That's cool. That's so cool to have a, any kind of international audience, especially if it's especially if it's midnight for you guys over there. I would be in bed. Let's see. What was Hero telling me about? Oh wow. Oh, that's funny, Hero. Yeah, let's not do any nuclear batteries unless you're trying to put a rover on Mars or something. Oh, cool, Star Traveler. Yeah, let's see. Cool. We'll check.
On January 25th, 2020.
Let's take a look.
On January 25th, 2025, a rare planetary alignment will be visible in the night sky, where Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune will be clustered together, visible after sunset. The next time all 8 planets will align in the same 180-degree wide patch of sky is on May 6, 2492, nearly after 450 years. So make sure to mark this rare cosmic event in your calendar.
I always get a little. We had to talk about this earlier on another stream. I always get a little triggered by that. It's like, oh, it's a rare planets alignment. The planets are always in a line. They're always in a line because they're always in the same plane. They're always in the equipment. I get a little triggered when I see that. But being able to see all of them in the same night is maybe, is cool. And if it gets people excited about astronomy and looking up at the night sky, then that's good. But all right, we're looking at Stellarium. We're going to look at what the planets, what we can see for planets. If you guys haven't seen this before, by the way, this is Stellarium with my artificial horizon. So this is my view of the night sky from my apartment balcony. This is how restricted I am with trees and buildings and such. But despite that, I can do quite a lot here. So yeah, let's see. So I need to go to change some settings here. right, so we'll look at tonight around 10 o'clock, and somebody told me how to get the. Somebody told me the shortcut to show the ecliptic on Stellarium. I forgot what that was. You guys know that, how to show the ecliptic on Stellarium? There's a the comma key. There it is. Oh yeah, okay. We need to wind it back like right to. Yeah, so a little bit after sunset, a little after 5 p.m., we've got Saturn. Be pretty low on the horizon, but it's there. And then Venus, very bright Venus. And then as we go look along here, Jupiter. A little bit later in the night, then we get Mars. So we can definitely see all these planets tonight. Now it's at the 25th. Let's fast forward to the 25th. And to the 25th and rewind the time a bit. Where is Mercury? So Mercury is going to be ahead of the sun on the 25th. So I don't know why they're saying that. I don't think you'll be able to see Mercury because it's going to be it's going to be way too bright, with the sun there. We really need Mercury to be behind the sun. So I don't know. I think that I think they're a little bit of clickbait, maybe nonsense with the. So you can see Mercury backing up as we come forward here. So really, I'm thinking more like in here somewhere. Now here, March 11th. We've got Mercury and Venus right next to each other, but pretty close to the sun. So, we'll be able to see this sort of conjunction between the two. That might be kind of neat to see those two, but, that would be like right after sunset. So that would have to be like, yeah, somewhere around there, really low on the horizon, you might be able to catch Mercury and Venus right next to each other, but that's on March 11th, so, yeah. Oh man, you gotta finish by Friday? Yeah? Yeah, you just need a spacecraft to see it. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm not seeing anything particularly special about January 25th, other than, the planets in general are very cool to look at, so. And we're printing away here. Looking good. Oh, my Amazon order was delivered to the locker. Great, I'll walk over there. Which program am I using for astrophotography, or what we're looking at right here? I've got a lot of programs open right now. Yeah, imaging the planets is pretty cool, Myth. It's pretty cool. It's a totally different ball game than Deep Sky, but you know, being able to see a lot of detail, especially things like, especially Jupiter. Jupiter is really cool to image because it's different, changes all the time. You know, it rotates. You can do an animation of Jupiter, you know, because it rotates so quickly. You know, and there's really cool details to see, like the moons and the red spot and shadows and transits and, you know, all that stuff, right? So all kinds of fun stuff to see and do. Let's we should transition here, I suppose. And maybe we'll try downloading Cyril and giving that a try, so we can play with this image in Cyril. I don't know how much more I want to get into today, but we were talking about that earlier. And did I have that open? Oh, I guess So I think the thing with Cyril, I'll download it, install it, and I don't know how far I'll get into it, but I definitely don't want to sit here and watch any tutorials or anything right now. But you know, we'll download it and install it and take a look. What's up, Benji? Oh, you know what? I think, yeah. Thank you for telling me. Youths. Thank you for following, and that's the 250 follower goal. Wow, that's kind of a big milestone. I hope I can just pronounce your name Ute, because Ute it's tricky to pronounce. Thank you, Benji, for telling me about the music. Sometimes I get we were having fun. We were dancing to the music with the 3D printer, and then I forget to turn it back down. So you were thinking about it. Is PixInsight really worth the price? Well, that's a good question. I really only know how to use PixInsight. So to me, the answer is kind of yes. But I haven't tried the free software. And if the free software gets you like, 90% of the functionality for, $0, it's hard to beat that ratio, right? Unless PixInsight does something, that you really, really need. So I think the main thing with PixInsight that you get is the ability to run these excellent plugins, Blur Exterminator and Noise Exterminator, which are also paid plugins. So you get the ability to spend more money. When you spend money on PixInsight, you get the ability to spend even more money. So, and thank you for the follow, Suli. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for following. Cyril is nice, but you're still learning it. Cool. Well, I literally just downloaded it just now. And we're gonna install this and see what it's like. I don't know if I'm gonna get, like I said, I don't know if I want to get too far into it, but we'll see. We'll see what we can do. I have a feeling, my kind of gut instinct tells me. I have seen a little bit of Cyril. I've seen like some brief little bits, and I have seen a little bit of this. You love astrophotography. That's fantastic. Are you? I imagine you're also an astrophotographer. Are you doing some of your own imaging? What kind of gear? Let us know. Star Travel has only used Cyril and DSS. DSS is pretty easy to use. I like the stacking in DSS. I think PixInsight does a better job, particularly of stacking with drizzling, with doing drizzle data. So this is the Cyril. Right away, I like the look of the serial user interface more than PixInsight. You're an undergraduate astronomy student. Oh, that's great. Well, you can educate us. We'll make the pretty pictures, and then you can tell us about what's going on. That's fantastic. Where are you going to? Where are you studying? Where are you studying? Okay, so let's see. We've got Cyril. There are some good plugins you need to install for Cyril. I bet. I like the sort of modern, you know, user interface aesthetic to it. Oh, there's different like. Okay, I think this is going to require. This is probably going to require a tutorial. Oh, Chile. Oh, you guys have some nice observatories down there. Let's see if we can just open. Yeah. 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 I'm gonna see if I can just open let's see, that California Nebula. Nope. Okay. Well, I cannot open the XIFS files. That I created in PixInsight. So I'm gonna go back to PixInsight real quick. I'm gonna export this as a. Let me grab my my master file from PixInsight, and I'm gonna just export this as a TIFF. I'm just gonna, so I'll have my, so I'll skip the stacking question for now. Totally not a dumb question, a Ute. I know I do this for fun. This is definitely an expensive hobby. I don't know if there's much to I don't know if there's much of a I don't know if there's much of a a way you could make money doing that. Okay, so you can just drag and drop a TIFF file in there. That's cool. So so this is kind of neat. You can just click. Looks like you can select the different color channels through there. Yeah, quite satisfying. Quite satisfying. So how do we display an auto stretch? So selling prints, yeah. Yeah, it'd be tough to make a living doing that. Yeah. So there's stuff going on over. Oh, they have a console. Okay, now it's good. If you see if you have a console with, text and you can type in commands, now you got a good application, right? Oh, you've done this. You've done this for school. You use DS9 instead of Cyril. What's DS9? I think I've heard of that. I don't really go much into Oh, cool. Oh, that sounds so cool though. Yeah. Star chart says bottom middle. Oh. Wait. Let's see. So object working coordinate system. I'm thinking. Oh, auto stretch. Okay, there's auto stretch. But so there's auto stretch. Yeah, okay. So show linear, show auto stretch. But But what I want to see is like an unlinked auto stretch. Oh, there it is. There it is. There's a little link button right there. All right, hey, look at that. Already making progress and learning stuff. Oh, align pictures manually. Oh, forget that. Deep Stacker 9. Have I must have used that. That sounds familiar. That's probably a very dated program at these dates. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So we can rotate the image. All right. Yeah, this you can move this around. I've got a very small, compressed view here, so you can kind of see it better on the screen. Okay, image processing, color calibration. What we really need to do is subtract the background gradients. Remove green noise. That's what somebody was telling me. I guess we can try that. Apply. Well, that was weird. Oh, wait a minute. Now do a linked auto stretch? Nope. Whoa. Okay. I don't want to do that. Undo. That was weird. Background extraction. Is that in image processing? I mean, it must be, right? Oh, there it is. Background extraction. Does it give you? I guess it just got some like compute background. Generate? Oh, okay. Compute background. Gotcha. Close. Oh, wait, did that not do it? Maybe I didn't apply it. Background extraction. Generate. Gotcha. Correction, subtraction. Compute background. Yeah, okay. So they probably would want to remove some of those points. But hit apply. Oh, okay, I guess I just didn't apply. Okay, so I can see this didn't do a very good job of removing the background. What's up, Splashy? So, yeah, it removed background like around the nebula. Oh, what did I do there? Whoops. Oh, I undid somehow. That's weird. Oh, okay, this is weird. Okay, middle click, middle mouse button, clicking middle mouse button and drag around. I was holding the space bar, and that did some other weird things. So this didn't do a very good job, at least with the default settings. It like over and under corrected. So like didn't correct the outside, but it corrected kind of just out here. So, now I did do Graxpert on the so this is kind of not a fair comparison because I used Graxpert on PixInsight. So I think what I want to do is let's see, can I just close this image? Cool. Yeah, I want to try Yeah. I mean, I was just gonna try, default, see what it does at default. I didn't expect it to do very great with default. So let's see. I want to, but I want to use Graxpert to remove the gradients because that's what I used on my PixInsight, and I was trying to do this like for like comparison. So I'm just trying to see now. Can I just close? Can I just close the image? I guess I can. Like close Cyril. But is there a way to close the current image without yeah, these are like view stuff. Zoom in and out or okay, fit the image. Yeah. Cool, dude. Yeah, glad you're able to get here. Yeah, absolutely. Feel free to share. We're trying to learn. Well, Dave's trying to play around with Cyril, and what I want to do is just close this single image. Okay, I can hide that right pane there, because I want to work on a different image. So, you know, there's no like X. I mean, I could close the whole program, but can I just close the current image? Unload the current image? I don't see any obvious way to do that. Yeah, okay, well, maybe when I just open another one, it'll, so I'm just going to run Graxpert here now. So this is Graxpert, which runs via a plugin in PixInsight. So can I drag and drop? I cannot. I don't like that. I don't like that. You just open a new image. Yeah, that's what I guess that's what I'm gonna do. That's you know, okay. Okay, so I've never actually used the Graxpert. Let's see. I don't want to. I always just use the script in PixInsight. Yeah, you like my drive names? Yes. So we have local disk, gawk, games projects. This drive is tits big because I just upgraded it. That used to be my tits drive. Then that drive got implants. Now that's tits big, and then we have the balls drive over there. So, it's good. It's good to name your drives. You know, things that you'll remember. Oh, you prefer Cyril's background extraction? Interesting. Okay, so here we can see a stretch. Okay, background extraction. Interesting. This is totally different. I guess we'll just calculate the background. Oh, gotcha. Oh, okay. All right. Oh, that did a terrible job, I think. Did that totally just ruin all this nebulosity around here? That's weird. So the Graxpert. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, so maybe that's weird because like the Graxpert plugin in PixInsight is really easy. You just hit go. So yeah, reset sample points. Yeah, the gradient corrected here just totally removed. The nebula must be selected. Okay, so I mean, it's my point. Okay, let's right click. We'll remove the sample points on the nebula. It just works on in PixInsight. You just click the button, and that's interesting to me that because it's the same. You know, the script is using. It like loads and runs Graxpert in the background, so it's kind of weird that I have to. That I have to do this, but okay, I'm not trying to oh, cool. Oh yeah, comet animations. Yeah, that would be really cool. Cool, Splashy. Yeah, maybe we'll take a look at it in a sec here. Okay, that's definitely better. I still think it's subtracting. Yeah, it's still definitely subtracting some nebulosity in here. But I guess that's what we'll... why is that? There we go. Okay. Okay, now let's open... Free software will do the tricky, but will also take more time. Yeah, maybe, huh? Okay. So now we've got Graxpert corrected image here in Cyril. So next thing that I would do is color calibration. Calibration. So background reference. So do we just drag a window to draw a background reference like we do in PixInsight? Looks like it. Use current selection. Yeah, there we go. Okay, now there's a button for background neutralization, so that's normally what I would do. And then my interesting. Okay, I guess that I guess that did it. I mean, it was already pretty close, so. No, there's photometric color calibration. Oh, I didn't see that. It needs to be plate solved. Yeah, so I saved this as a TIFF, so it's not plate solved, so I'm not going to do that. Is there a trick to getting rid of star trailing in Cyril? I'm not sure. I'm totally new to this, Splashy. Are you talking about, is that the image you shared in the Discord the other day? The Orion constellation you took? So the next thing that I would do is I would run Blur Exterminator, which is deconvolution. So I don't have Blur Exterminator, so I would probably have to run manual deconvolution. And yeah, this is probably going to take some... So you need to know your point spread function size. And yeah, so there is a whole page of info on how to use deconvolution. Oh, look at the, oh, they've got, oh, okay. I'm actually getting excited about this. Yeah, I know you get point script, yeah, point PSF from the stars. So, now they show using, stacked planetary images. Okay, I'm gonna have to read about this probably off stream because would like to, Cyril can do this on my planetary images. Yeah, I'm gonna have to come back. I'm gonna have to remember this. Yeah. We were processing Mars the other day, and I wasn't really ever satisfied in what I was getting out of it. Well, I mean, I was kind of satisfied, but This looks like a much better tool to use than what we were doing. I could show you my. So I did a 3x drizzle, and I know with drizzling. With drizzling, the magic with drizzling is then doing deconvolution afterwards. So this image, yeah, perhaps we can get a lot more better sharpness out of this with that. So I'll have to learn about that. Graxpert Beta, yeah, I saw that Graxpert Beta has deconvolution now, and that is very interesting to me, especially if we can do planetary imaging with it. So yeah, the fact that we can do this in serial is exciting because I've only been using these older tools like Registax, which that software is very dated and it's really clunky to use. So yeah, we'll spend some time to learn about this in here. Maybe another time. I think probably not now, but so point spread function source. PSF from stars. Symmetrical point spread function. All right, good night to you, youths. Hey, have a good night. Thank you for being here. Thanks for following. Hopefully we'll see you. Hopefully we'll see you again. Click generate. Okay. Apply. Just see what this does. Oh, it's doing something. The fans on my radiator just kicked in. Oh, it's doing 10 iterations. Yeah, there's good documentation here. It is splashy. Yeah. The CPU is just the CPU. It's an AIO cooler. Wow, this is taking a long time. Now we can close down Graxpert. Close that. Close out of that. Oh, this is still going. I'm gonna just pop my head in a 3D print real quick. Just take a look at that. The print is looking fine, just fine. Those 38-degree overhangs are looking good. What's up, Zach? How are you? Console giving you a progress. I have the console hidden. I should left that open. Oh, you can. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Okay, cool. You can get that back out. Is there a preview? Hitting generate and see what the preview is and changing the sliders. Yeah. Oh, you're talking about the point spread function preview? There's a preview for the image. Oh, I guess it's done. Yeah, for astrophotography image processing, the most cores, lots of CPU cores, the better. Whoops. So, did that sharpen my image or not? Did that sharpen the stars? Let's see if we can do undo, and I think that made 0 difference. Yeah, that literally did nothing. i7 7700. Yeah, the RAM, maybe don't really need RAM that much. The CPU, yeah, that's gonna be the biggest bottleneck for you. Yeah, this looks like it literally did nothing. That sure makes Blur Exterminator nice. You just drag and drop it. Let's see. What did I not? I mean, the point spread function should be good enough. I mean, it generated using the PSF from stars. Generate. Profile, no stars selected. Okay. Wait, does that mean it didn't? That's interesting. It had problem finding stars because it says no stars selected. Huh, I can find a lot of stars. Why is it not finding stars? Yeah, yeah. Well, there's a good bit of documentation on their website here. I just don't want to sit here and read through the whole too much on the stream, you know. It generates a PSF function based on the average parameter of the stars using the find star command. So do you have to do that like separately? Like, I'm guessing this would be, or maybe I can run that in the command line. Let's try find star. Okay, cool. Found 7,655 Gaussian profile stars in image. Okay. Deconvolution. PSF from stars. Oh, okay. Profile. So you have to. It looks like you have to run this find star command manually before. Is now it shows it. Okay, I'm gonna set the iterations to 3. Speed that up. Now let's try it. Yeah. It does. Hopefully it doesn't. Yeah. Hopefully no one thinks they're here for a Zero tutorial because you're in the wrong place. Oh, yeah. Right. Yeah, if it was a FITS file, then maybe it would just find the stars automatically. Got it. Yep. Did that do it? Oh, it did, but now it did something. So now I did the find stars command, and now all the stars are circled. So how do I get rid of those? And now did the deconvolution do anything? It still seems to have not done anything. PSF from stars. Yeah, so clearly there's quite a bit more to this. I mean, obviously there's a lot of settings in here, and I know deconvolution is tricky. Probably no matter which application you're using. So I'm just kind of looking at their tutorial here and just kind of copying settings for now and just try it and see what we get here. Oh, well that like, yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, no, that's definitely not doing anything. Hit the gear and then delete. Yeah, Zach, deconvolution itself is going to be a non-intuitive process, which is why Blur Exterminator is so great, because you just apply it. You don't have to know any of this stuff. He says hit the gear icon and then delete to start the removal of what? And yeah, I'm not sure about a gear icon. What he was talking about in the deconvolution menu here. So yeah, okay. Well, that's gonna take some time to figure that out. Oh, so maybe I can figure out how to get rid of these circles around the stars. That's kind of the one. Which those came up with the find star command. Which, let's see. Parameter out equals the given path. Yeah, it doesn't seem to say. Star removal? Well, I don't want to remove the stars right now. I just want to remove the ellipses drawn around the stars. Yeah. Well, you would think. So find star command, detect stars. Point spread function is applied and zero rejects. Blah blah blah. Delete structures. Oh, set find star. Set find star. Oh, cool. It tells you what to do in there. Lower right side. It says go to the hamburger. I'm kind of hungry right now. I mean, I had like kind of a big breakfast, but you said go to hamburger. Yeah. I might have to go to the hamburger, my friend. So we just go to hamburger on the lower right side. Image info. Yeah, I had it. You talking about this guy, the little target? Rotate mirror. Oh, hamburger top right, up here. Oh, there we go. Image information. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. We can put in info about that there. Yeah, I can say this is like the hamburger icon. Image info, dynamic point spread function. Oh, detect stars. Yeah. Oh, estimate sensor tilt. Top left. Ah, there it goes. Well, but then like, but don't you want, like, does that mean now there's no stars detected? Because I need it to detect stars. I just don't want it to show the circles around them. Yeah, so no stars. Yeah, huh. Yeah, right. Got it. Oh, Pippyland. Oh, you posted a screenshot in the Discord. Sorry, I didn't see that. That's helpful. Yeah. Oh, cool. Okay. All right. Yeah. Yeah, totally a myth. All right, I think I'm just gonna bail on this for now. Got you. Yeah, I think this is not a very good way to. Yeah, I should do some homework off stream, and then we can play with this together. I think is probably a better idea. Thank you guys for the assistance. Oh God, now what did I do? Wow. Okay. Totally lost my image. There it is. Oh, somehow I'm in like a preview window mode. That's cool. I don't know how I got to that. No. I mean, what I need to do is I need to sit down and watch some YouTube tutorials, off stream. Yeah, that's what I need to do. It's just kind of like there's not a lot of incentive to do that when you've got like another tool that you already know how to use, which is probably superior. It's like, what's the point? But the point is, like, I want to be able to, compare, for the guys that are, maybe newer or don't want to spend the money on PixInsight, but I don't really have much to apply, much really to help out in that regards right now. So I'll do some homework off stream, I think. Good evening, Nicholas. How are you? Thank you for being here. So, yeah, I think we're just gonna put Cyril off to the side for now. I'm glad that I got a little bit of a taste of it, and we'll come back to it at another time when I've done some homework. In the meantime, let's watch my printer go for a second. Why don't you guys watch that while I go for another? I'll go for another bathroom break. Oh, you did? How'd it go, Nicholas? If you'd like to share, we'd love to see. Check out the Discord. Exclamation point Discord. Got you. Yeah. Yep. Got you, people in. Yeah, Nicholas, if you want to share with us, check out the Discord server. We would love to check that out. See what you're working on. I've got some other data I want to look at, and I'll pull that up in PixInsight. I'm gonna go. Let me go pop off for a restroom break and get some more water, and watch my 3D printer do its thing. Well, maybe we got some high energy music here. All right, you guys check this out. I'll be back in just a minute.
And you and you. And you too. And you and you. Let's go. When this money we partying. Pick it up. Too many bottles we bodying. It ain't enough. Give me the check. I give them the plastic. Don't gotta flex. I know what you asking. You need a lift. You look like you crashing. Here it come. What's in my cup? Only top shelf. Drink that. What's in my leaf? Gon' stink this whole place out. Big facts, I do what I want, I do what it does. I'm moving around, I'm getting the love. It's me that you want, my schedule is plugged. But I'm here now. All I really wanna know, when we leaving. All I really need to know is when we leaving. All I really wanna know, when we leaving. All I really need to know is when we leaving.
Those medical pills all push me over. I kill my fill 3 times a day. These ethanol fumes won't make me sober. One flame to take the pain away. I caught you lighting matches in the back room. Haters look mad when they pass you. Let's talk about around when it's past due. Raise a glass to know you don't gotta fight alone. You don't gotta fight alone.
All right, I remember to turn the music down this time. For the first one, I only had 4 lights. Okay. Oh, okay. Ooh, Andromeda. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Looking forward to. I always love seeing pictures of Andromeda. This print is looking really good, by the way. It's looking very clean. This is like. This material is. This stuff is nice. This is. I'm really looking forward to working more with this stuff. All right, let's take a look at our friend Splashy. Let's see. Hopefully Splashy's still here in the chat. I just downloaded your picture, Splashy. We're gonna take a look at that now. Let us know if you're still. Let us know if you're still here. Oh, cool. Yeah, hey, Misadventures. Yeah, do a that'd be great if you can do if you want to do a you know, like a basics of Cyril stream. That would be cool to tag along and check that out. Horsehead Nebula by accident. Oh. Oh, okay. That's so cool though when you like accidentally discover things, you know. I've accidentally discovered a lot of stuff. So we can see we got the Orion Nebula in here. That's cool. So this is just a single, one single exposure. let's take a look. We need to screen transfer function that. Yeah, Sirius, and we've got Orion in here. Quite blurry, unfortunately. We've got some dust motes. Well, that can be corrected, and some vignetting. That can be corrected with flat frames. So let's see. I guess the thing to see is just I just like, what can Blur Exterminator do with this? I'm gonna crop the image to crop out these bigger power lines and the tree over here just for now. I don't know if they may cause issues. Let's just see what Blur Exterminator does with this. Like, so here, look at these star shapes. This will be fun to just kind of see. Well, it shrunk them. This is from our friend Splashy, and he shared this. It was just a single shot with a DSLR of the Orion Nebula, and yeah, so Blur Exterminator is gonna do weird things because these are weird shapes. So, yeah, it's sharper. Well, yeah, I mean, it kind of just made this smaller. Yeah, these star shapes are just a little bit too misshapen, I think, in order to do much with. And then there's just not much other data in here. I mean, this is the stretched image. So yeah, unfortunately there's just not a lot in here. So Splashy, if you try again, and maybe hopefully you can get it a little bit higher in the sky. I think he said he's in Montana, so that's probably about as. It may not get that high in the sky there, but if you can get it away from these power lines, that would help. And try to get it. I think you've got it in focus. This looks to me like it's in focus, but yeah, it's just too much. Not just the trailing, but these oblong shapes means it was wiggling. So we were talking about that, and this looks to me like shaky because of. I'm trying to find my camera. Like, you can pretend this is a camera. Yeah, so he doesn't have a remote shutter, and so the workaround for that is to use a self timer. So use a 10-second self timer. So push it, and then you have the timer delay. So you have time for the vibrations to dampen out and smooth out before the shutter opens on the camera. So either a remote shutter or a self timer, and would probably correct most of this, the oblong shape here, and then just figuring out the time exposure you can get without significant star trailing. So, oh, dude, that is a great shot of the comet. Nice framing right through the tree there. Check this out. This is from our friend Myth. And that is a Samsung Galaxy S22, no tripod. Your freaking cell phone camera. That's so awesome. Wow. That's great. Kind of makes me want to upgrade my cell phone, but also, That's so cool. So yeah, Splashy. Yeah. And then the next step up would be to get like a star tracker, and I'll show you my image of Su Chin Shan. Su Chin Shan, I believe would be the pronunciation of that. Ah, cool, Nicholas. Images from yesterday. Andromeda Galaxy. Let's take a look. Oh, yeah. Yep. Okay. Processed in Serial. Very good. Love the Andromeda Galaxy. Let's get a little bit of blue in here. A little bit of the blue. Hey, thank you for being here, Hero. Have a good night to you. Get your work done on that master's thesis, right? And thanks for being here. Hopefully we'll see you on the next one. So, let's see. We're looking at Nicholas's shots here. Andromeda is 35 light frames. Okay. How long are each exposure? And what kind of camera? What was your rig setup on this? The stars look pretty, a little bit egg-shaped. This is the kind of thing that Blur Exterminator, like, just will absolutely tighten these stars up, and this will get so much sharper. So much sharper. If you want to share your stack data, 60-second exposure is cool. If you want to share your stack data, if you want to drop that for this in there, I can run this through Blur Exterminator, and this will just this thing will just, all these stars, they're a little bit egg-shaped. They'll just be perfectly round. And like all this detail in here, this will sharpen up quite a bit too. So. He says OM system OM1 Mark II with 60 seconds. I don't know any of that. So what's OM system OM1? I don't. Is that the camera? Yeah, if you want to, yeah. I'm curious to see how much. I'm curious to see how much, what Blur Exterminator can do with this image. And yeah, a lot of us are new to this. That's cool. We're just having fun learning together and doing new stuff. So if you want to, no pressure. OM systems used to be called Olympus. Okay, is that the telescope or the mount or is the camera? Just the stacked image file. If you have a FITS or a TIFF file, the stacked image, if you want to share that. But this is pretty great. Looks like you probably shot this with a DSLR lens, maybe. But that's pretty great. Then we got a Horsehead Nebula shot. I always love the Horsehead Nebula. It's one of my favorites for sure. This has got some pattern noise in it. This image needs to be drizzled. Oh, okay, got you. Oh, yeah. Olympus cameras. I got you. Yeah. Yeah, this image I'm pretty sure needs to be drizzled. Looks like what I see like a pattern noise in here, which means you're not, which comes from not being drizzled. So. Cool. Okay. Yeah, no worries. Cheetah print. Yeah. Some kind of kind of interesting going on in there. But it's cool. Good job. Yeah. And this one. Is this the one that you said you sort of accidentally got the Horsehead Nebula? Yeah, this one just you just is like, is this one probably just one frame? Looks like it's probably just one frame. Yeah, cool. Yeah, Photoshop is just going to be pretty limited, you know, for the tools and what you can do. So, yeah, cool. Thank you for sharing. Always fun to see, yeah, what everybody else is coming up with. The Andromeda is really great. I really love shots of Andromeda. You know, this is, yeah, being able to see this much detail in a galaxy, you know, is pretty incredible, right? Yeah, got you. Yeah. It's not just ISO 6400s. You only got, you only got 4 frames at what, 60 minutes? That's only like 4 minutes of data, right? So, yeah. And if that wasn't any kind of light pollution, then I mean that's like nothing, right? I mean you need hours of data, right? You want like 4 to 8 hours on if in the light pollution, right? So, but the background is really clean. You got the background really clean in here. There's no gradient noticeable, so that looks really good. There's a lot of noise in there. That can be cleaned up too. And but yeah, this is really great. Cool. You share the TIFF of Andromeda. Yeah, and you can get so much more. You can get so much more out of this and out of other things. So, we were processing the California Nebula earlier. This is these shots that we got, a couple of different views of the California Nebula. What's going on, Scott? Yeah, we're having a astrophotography marathon here. It was your first time using Astro software? Yeah, it's a deep rabbit hole. It's a deep rabbit hole, and getting learning to get the most out of it. There's a lot of, basically like every step in astrophotography processing is like a different, you know, it's a totally different tool, and it's like you have to learn. It's like a whole, like everything is, it's learning a different language. Yeah. So. Let's see. Okay, Dropbox link. Hell yeah, just fucking click on download files that people send you over the internet, right? Totally safe to do that. Where is the download. There we go. Okay. Let's load this puppy up. There we go. Is this the processed one? This looks like the processed one. Do you have the non-processed? But even if this is, yeah, this is definitely processed. We can still try to run Blur Exterminator on it. But it'd be better with the linear data. Just the raw stack would be best. Yeah, do you have the raw stack that's unprocessed? And just like that, look at that. Man. Blur Exterminator, sponsor me. Okay, no worries. Well, that's fine because you can just see here. So I just ran Blur Exterminator on this. It will be better on the, it's definitely better to do it on the, as one of the first steps in processing, but just to like see how much sharper, this gets. See how the stars are kind of oddly shaped and kind of egg shaped and kind of large. And then you run Blur Exterminator and now look there, like some of them come out to be absolute perfect circles. And just get the overall view of your image. That's before And that's after. It just looks so much sharper. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's the before. That's the after. And the detail actually didn't even run. So it did sharpen some of the detail in the dust lines here. Yeah, that's before. That's after on the dust lines. Then let me run it. I actually didn't even have the sharpening turned up that much. So I'm going to increase the sharpen non-stellar function, and I'll run that again. Yeah, yeah. Now the downside to that is, in order to use Blur Exterminator, you have to have PixInsight, which I think is like $200 for a license, and then Blur Exterminator is like another $100. So, you know, the quality stuff always costs money, right? Which is unfortunate. More sharper a .gif. Yeah. So this, this sharpened that up quite a bit. 360 euros. You mean for the total? Yeah, that's a bummer. I bought a license of PixInsight many years ago. I mean, the good thing about that is, yeah, in this day and age, dark structure enhance. Yeah. Oh, I can try that. In this day and age where so many software companies are going to a subscription-based model, then that has not been the case for PixInsight. Yep, lifetime license. So yeah, I bought this back in like 2016, and I kind of recently got back into astrophotography, and I just downloaded it and reinstalled it, and boom, there we go. You can also use it on, I don't know if it's unlimited devices, but I mean, I've installed it on a few different devices, and it hasn't restricted me. So let's try the dark structure enhance script. Thank you for the recommendation, Zach. Holy moly, look at that. Wow. Look at that. Now that really, that works great on Andromeda. That's before and that's after. Yeah, so they have a trial. Get the trial license. Yeah, run the trial. And Blur Exterminator has a trial too. And I don't know if you heard this from me or not, but I'm pretty sure you can just keep giving a different email address and, you know, get new trials of it, so you don't have to actually buy it. I don't know if I said that. Yeah. Yeah. Just a couple of quick steps. I mean, PixInsight's pretty awesome. And these plugins are great. Oh, yeah, I've already heard you say that. No, I didn't say that. I did not say that. Yeah, I mean, you know, these things are, I don't want to, you know, make trivial out of, you know, money, because money is different for everybody. But, you know, something that's quality, you know, and is, you know, worth it. You know, I generally, you know, don't mind spending the money, you know, and especially because, you know, this is coming from a, you know, a company that, you know, it's a lifetime license and they keep updating and, you know, doing new stuff. So, you know, yeah, these guys are totally legit. Yeah, Zach, right? Yeah. Yep. And that's how it was with Blur Exterminator. I'm like, you know, I don't know if I really need it, but I'll try it. And then it was like, okay, yeah, I'm buying it for sure. Yeah, if you can find the linear version, yeah, it would be better. But you know, and feel free to upload it, you know, another time too if you don't find it tonight or whatever. I've been kind of thinking about doing a stream where I just, you know, process, you know, other people's data, And so we could do that, you know, another time. But even on the nonlinear version here, I mean, we got a really nice improvement just with those two tools, right? So, yeah. So that was what you sent, and this was after running these two different tools. Oh, that's the difference that we get out of it. So. Yeah. Well, you can restack it if you. Hopefully, you still have your data. Yeah, I try to save. Like at the very least, for sure, you should totally save all of your stacked, you know, masters, because you may want to go back and reprocess them. You know, you get some new tools or you learn some new tricks, and it's like, oh, I want to go back and reprocess that image, and then you can get so much better data out of it. Thank you, Pippaland. I have fun streaming. It's fun chatting with you guys, and you know, sharing in what we do, right? So that sounds about right. Yeah, it'll be a fit file and 100 megabytes. That's probably about right. Let's see. Just to illustrate that previous point. M31 DSLR.fit. All right, that's probably it. Wow, well, that downloaded quickly. No, this one's processed also. Looks like you probably saved, or this one's nonlinear. Looks like you probably saved a nonlinear thing as the fit file. You might have overwritten it. Their stacked image. So, yeah, this is the same thing. Yeah. So let's take a look at let's see, Andromeda. Yeah. Okay. So here is my Andromeda from 2015, November 2015. I shot this with a DSLR and a camera lens. It's pretty okay, but the star shapes are really ugly. A little bit trailing, and it's very spiky. That's from the aperture blades in the DSLR lens I was using. But lots of color. Actually, I think the color is kind of artificial. I think this blue is not really real out here. There's some noise in the color. The star field's pretty ugly looking. Yeah, not that great. But I saved the data. I have all the data, so I could restack it. But I also just saved the stacked version, and then I reprocess it, and that's my new version. Same data, so much sharper in here, much cleaner, less noise. Stars look better. Star field looks better. They're still gonna have a lot of these sort of weird spiky points on them, and that's because of the an aberration in the lens that I was using. So it's kind of unavoidable, but the image is much nicer. And I shot that from a probably like a Bortle 3, I think. Very dark, not the darkest, but very dark. I think I shot that from Walker Pass Campground, which is, it's pretty dark, but not the darkest. So, oh, he's got another one. Okay, you think that's the one? All right. This looks like linear data. There we go. Okay. Well, all right. Now we've got linear data to work with here. Let me save this California nebula shot. Let me save this out, and then we'll come back, and then I'll look at that. California Nebula. What was the date? It's today's date. We'll call this one 1-2125. Yeah. Oh, we can get. Oh, this will be. Yeah, we'll get a lot out of this. This is decent data. This is pretty good data. Yeah, cool, man. Well, we appreciate you for being here. Let's okay, first thing is let's run Graxpert and remove these gradients. So I definitely have gradients around here. Your image was this is pretty good. You must have been some pretty dark skies, Nicholas. So we'll run Graxpert on this, and with like a moderate amount of smoothing. Ah, in Belgium. Okay. Wow, that's an interesting pattern of noise that it removed, but or of gradient. That's wild. That's like some modern art, dude. Hang that up in a museum. I kind of dig that. But it looks like it did a good job. Good enough. So next thing is we will color calibrate it. And we'll just use... the gradients are... I can still see like a little bit of gradient in here. And you kind of... Gradients are the kind of thing you notice when the image is moving. So see, I'm like zooming in and out. And I don't know if you can see it on the stream, but I definitely start to see the gradients show up a little bit more when I zoom in and out. But we'll go with that. We'll go with that for now. So we will do background neutralization on this. Minimalist Andromeda. Then we do color calibration with the same. And let's see. Hopefully that gives us the right colors. I think it will. Yeah, oh yeah. So how much data, Nicholas, did you say that was? I think you said 60-second 60-second exposures, right? But how much total integration time? This is pretty good. There's blue in here. We can see these bits of this extended bit of the dust arm around here. So now we blur exterminate it. 30 frames at 60 seconds. So it's only 30 minutes of data like that. Go back and add like as much as you can. Yeah. Yeah, this is pretty dark for 30 minutes. Yeah, he's got to be in portal 2 or 3 or something. Boom, look at that. Oh, that looks fantastic. Yeah, just go add more data. Just get the same framing and you can stack it. You can add to this, right? You don't have to start over. Really great. Okay, now we'll exterminate the stars. Meanwhile, we're still 3D printing here in the background too. We'll watch the 3D print go while while we're star exterminating. Come on, Star Exterminator. You can do it. It's working hard. 50%. So, Nicholas, you can also check out Graxpert, Graxpert. The beta version has AI deconvolution. So it's kind of like the free version of Blur Exterminator. And there's also basically a free version of Star Exterminator called StarNet++. And so you can get a lot of the functionality. Might not be quite as easy to use as these tools, but you get a lot of that functionality for free. So what if stars are just 3D printed by God? Well, I don't know. Internet says Portal 5. Wow, that's pretty impressive. To get this amount of blue out of there. Noise Exterminator. So let's just crank the Noise Exterminator up on here. Just exterminate the hell out of the noise. This might be a bit aggressive, but we can always try it again. Yeah, actually that's probably okay. Yeah, look at how sharp it looks now. Maybe a little bit artificially sharpened, but you know, let's go with that. All right, now let's histogram transformation it. Just as long as God didn't use a Bamboo Lab printer, Scott. Oh my gosh, look at this. This is like pretty great. Pretty great. So now it's non-linear, and I can see it kind of looks green to me. And you know, this should be all blue. So I'm just gonna try where is that? What's that tool called? SCNR. We'll just run SCNR on it, try to remove some of the green. Did I do it? Oh yeah. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, the color looks a lot better. There's a bit of a green tinge to it. Running SCNR removes the green. We should see like yellow in the core, blue on the outside. And yeah, when you remove the stars, it's like it just kind of pops. And then yeah, there's so much data for only 30 minutes, right? Yeah. I don't think anybody's acting surprised, Misadventures. At least with the latest controversy. I don't think anybody's acting surprised. Everybody has expected them to act like this. And so the outrage is just kind of piling on, I think. So, yeah. People have been warning, everybody who's like myself that have been, you know, wary of Bamboo Lab printers for those types of things. Yeah. So I don't think anybody's surprised. Yeah. You don't hear audio? You don't hear the channel rewards?
Can I offer you a nice egg in this trying time?
Did you guys hear the can I offer you a nice egg in this trying time? Oh, really? Not the redeem audio? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Does that have to go through the... Let me try that. That's lame. That's the whole point of...
Can I offer you a nice egg in this trying time?
Okay, I know you heard that one, right?
Yes, science!
Ah, crap. Okay, well... I guess I got to work on that. Yeah, I got. So yeah, so that's going. Yeah, so I guess the way that works is the audio for those things go through, go through OBS or something, which is, It's the same. It's the same
Many people
audio.
feel small because they're small and the universe is big, but I feel big because my atoms came from those stars.
It's the same audio capture as the music. So if I have the music go, I have the music turned down in the background, so it turns down the audio on those. So I need to figure out the mixing on that. You know, that's very important stuff. Especially when we can have...
Wow, it's very nice.
Okay.
Great success.
Great success. Okay, let's have some more great success with this, because I think we are having quite a great success with this. It's
Great success.
quite a nice looking image from here. So what's next? Next we do colors and we do local histogram equalizations. We'll do that first. So we'll range select to this, and we will try to make some of these details pop more. And Nicholas, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate you. All right, so we will put a mask on there, and now we will make all these details kind of pop a little bit more. Not that much. Oh, look at that. That always it's a bit aggressive, but pretty good. Ah, what's that, Scott? I haven't seen those things before. Gignify? All right, so that's good. So now what we do is I always do 2 stages of local histogram equalization. So we'll do like a little bit on the whole thing, and then we'll make another mask. And bring the limit up. So we'll do it just on the core. Maybe a little bit around that spiral arm there. So just the brighter parts there. Yeah, so now we do more local histogram equalization. And that kind of makes all those details in the core stick out. I wonder if I can do...
I know you're out
So now the music is way too loud.
Patient, waiting unaware, feeling like your grip might slip too soon.
That's probably still... Yeah, it's a little tricky to figure out the mix on this, though. Could you do thirds? What do you mean thirds? Like 3 different levels of local histogram equalization? You mean the music? Bring the music down 5%? Yeah, I don't have a way to... I'm gonna have to figure that out. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out the audio capture on that. I'll play with it. I'll play with it. I'll do that off the stream. We can we'll figure that out. We're working on trying to focus on this. Trying to work on 2 different things at a time. This is looking really great. I'm pretty excited about this image. So it's perhaps maybe a little bit aggressively processed more than I would normally do, but you know, we try stuff, play around. You know, at this point we'll go to the curves, and now we'll start playing around with the curves, and you know, trying to bring it out a little bit, maybe a little bit more contrast. A little bit of an not that. The curve tool can be a little bit weird to a little bit weird here in Pixinsight. Yeah, maybe that. And then some saturation. And as I push some saturation into it, I'm seeing green still, and we shouldn't see green. We should not see green. So we'll use the SCNR tool to remove more green. This is like, for some reason, this tool removes green. Okay, there we go. No green. That's how it should look. But what we really want to see is that blue, right? We want that blue to stick out because that's where the beautiful color in the galaxies is, in the blue. So I don't want to just globally push the saturation up because that's going to look kind of, that looks like a little bit too to me. So I can try to push the blue levels up. The problem with this is it does it on the whole area, but really the blue is just kind of in like the darks or the midtones. So I'll try to just increase or the low. Yeah, just like that. So I put a dot on the high point, so we don't put blue into the core where it's bright, and then I just pushed up the blue on the midtones and the darks, and that's kind of more of a color balance that we like to see in the galaxies. Yeah, it's going to be quite a bit better. So now I'll go and I can do a range color saturation, which is like a range saturation. So I can saturate just the blues. So now I can select and I'm going to do not quite I'm just do like a bit here. And there's a little bit of artifacting, a little bit of the gradient that didn't quite get perfectly removed showing in there. So I'm going to go back to curves and I'm going to just kind of crush the background a little bit so that those, so we'll kind of lose a little bit of the galaxy there. But the result will be like a much overall just nicer image. So this will be, that'll be quite a bit better. And then we will add, now we'll just globally push the saturation up. And so now I'm just kind of pushing the saturation to where I see the core that I like. And so we've already kind of did the blue. So now that's sort of a balanced saturation. What's up, Maple Glades? How are you? This is we're working on Nicholas's image here. So so that I think is, dude, for only 30 minutes of data, this is crazy. That's so good. Now we'll put the stars back in. Well, actually, no, we have to stretch the stars. So for that, we use SETI Astro script and star stretch. And I like to do a stretch amount of, we'll try 3. I think the DSLR images tend to produce kind of a bit much on the stars. So, let's pixel math them back in there. There you go. Yes, these are all fake stars. These are all fake stars. Wow. Look at that. That's pretty fantastic. Maybe those stars are a little small. This is kind of a personal preference. Let's run the SETI Astro script again on this. Where did I have that at? Maybe 4. Whoops. No, that's too much. I liked it better at... It was better at 3. Yes, you are correct. 3.5. Oh, God. Whoops. Not that. There we go. It'd be interesting if there was a way to kind of triangulate star locations from the scale of the galaxy. Yes. Astronomers use various techniques for determining size and scale, including triangles with stars, Maple Glades. I am not nearly qualified to talk on the subject, but there are definitely many techniques like that. So, yes, I saw that Cyril had pixel math functionality. I gotta pop another. I gotta pop another piss. I've been drinking lots of water. Sit there and admire. Admire that Andromeda galaxy, that beautiful image by our friend Nicholas. I will be right back.
Can I offer you a nice egg in this trying time?
What type of dog is this?
Many people feel small because they're small and the universe is big, but I feel big. Because my atoms came from those stars.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Yeah, not bad, huh? So we need like a before and after view here. Let's see. Oh, I closed the other one. Did I close the other one? Oh yeah, I must have closed it. Whoops. Yeah, of course. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Yeah. Let me see. Where was... Yeah, we want to see the before. So this was Nicholas's process of it, and then this is what we were able to get with the same data. So, yeah. I could see it was in there, right? Yeah. So, yeah, we can do quite a lot. It's pretty sweet. I'm glad that we have these tools. I'll upload a JPEG and a TIFF, Nicholas. feel like I need the background. Like for me, I need the background audio to kind of fill the, you know, the voids when I'm not talking. So I gotta figure out the the audio mixing side of things so we can get the cool channel redeem stuff sounds too. So yeah, let me let's save this out and I'll upload. I'll put those in the Discord right now. We want a JPEG. I pointed. I directed you towards auto guiding. Oh, okay. Yeah. What's up, Cosmic Ray? Oh, Air Horn will be on tonight at 9. Oh, cool. All right. Well, yeah, you guys can hang out with Dave during the day, and then at night you can go, hang out with Air Horn. Isn't that great? Some astronomy stuff for everybody. And we'll save that as a TIFF. I don't know how Discord's going to handle the 100 megabyte TIFF file. It's probably going to be too large. Yeah, too large. Okay, I'll have to send you that TIFF another way, Nicholas. I'll put it on my Google Drive and you can download it. So, yeah. Yeah, fun stuff. Thanks for sharing the image. It's fun processing these and then seeing like the difference we can get out of it. I'm certain with free tools and with Serial you can get a lot more. You know, maybe not quite as nice as this. This I think maybe I might have done too much on the noise reduction. To me, it looks like it's a little bit too. I don't know how to. It's kind of creamy, kind of washed out. Not washed out, but yeah, it's good. Yeah, kind of weird. Maybe I don't know. But it's also we just don't have a lot of data, right? You only have 30 minutes of data to work with, so. But yeah, for what we have, that's pretty great. Gosh, I'm thinking that's like that one versus mine. I kind of like yours better. The stars are better in your image. The dust lanes are definitely more clear in mine. Yeah, there's definitely more data in here. But this would have been like 2 or 3 hours worth of exposure, versus 30 minutes. So it's where to learn about the software side of things. YouTube. Plenty of tutorials on YouTube. Yeah. And then you just gotta play with it yourself, Yeah, I think that's something you realize, as you get more experience is the value of just having, more data, especially from the light pollution. I think you said you were Bortle 5. So somebody shared, where was it? I think that was Sid shared with us. I think Sid shared, it might be way back now on the Discord, but a graph, a table showing the, comparative integration time required based on your light pollution level. You guys remember what I'm talking about? I think it was that. The thing that kind of sucks about Discord is it's not very good for like finding stuff. Yeah, I'd have to dig that up. But in any oh yeah, here it is right here. It was Zach. It was Zach that shared that. All right. Yeah, okay. So this is kind of revealing, educational, and also kind of depressing. So this is your Bortle level. So the equivalent 1 hour imaging time at Bortle 1, which is like the darkest possible skies, at Bortle 5, where you were at, Nicholas, is 6.25 hours. So, and for me, here at 27 hours. No idea the source on this and if it's accurate at all. I think it's yeah, so it's just like a mathematical model of how much the sky brightness changes. So it kind of give you a general, kind of can just give you a general idea. Sure, it's a nonlinear scale, right? Which is, what you would expect. So, yeah. So my image by comparison was probably like somewhere like 2 hours. 2 hours of imaging time at a Bortle, probably 3. So, and yours was, half of this at a Bortle 5. So you can kind of get some ideas there, right? This is how that works. Or multiple nights. Yeah. So a lot of guys will shoot the same target multiple nights in a row to collect, hours. That's how you get to the, the like 10, 12, 20, 40, 100 hours of data on a subject, on a target, So, my longest integration time target was this one. This is 17 hours. Yeah, these things they're not going anywhere. Nope, your location does not need to stay the same. The objects are far enough away from Earth that we don't have a parallax effect. So this was shot from my balcony here in the like Bortle 9 light pollution, right? Bortle 8, Bortle 9, super light polluted, but it was shot with a one-shot color filter, or a one-shot color camera, duo narrowband filter. Yes, no parallax, right? What you do? Aren't we facing the other way after 17 hours? No, Scott, because this is divided into multiple nights. So 17 hours straight, that would not work. So you're right on that. Cosmic on YouTube and Twitch. Twitch is a lot of fun. YouTube's great too, but Twitch, for live streaming, the sort of audience interaction tools and things are a lot of fun on Twitch. So if you want to check out Twitch, come on over there. But either way, whichever, I'm glad to have you, anybody tuning in at whichever platform. I have a bit of an audience on YouTube that's geared more towards the 3D printing and, the maker kind of community stuff. So, so that's why I dual stream to both, capture as much of an audience as I can. So, but Twitch is cool. I love Twitch. It's fun to follow other people on Twitch. It's fun to stream on Twitch. So, yeah. Okay. Well, let's see. What time is it? You know what? It's supper time. I think it's time for me to, yeah, I think it's time to get some supper. And Benji has joined us in the Discord. What's up, Benji? How are you? If you're here, how are you doing? I think we're gonna wrap this one up. I feel the blood sugar getting low. Need some food. Somebody mentioned that our friend Random Airhorn is streaming on YouTube tonight, so we'll check his stuff out. Thanks for being here, Myth. Let's check out a raid. Anybody have a raid suggestion? Let's see who's live on Twitch here, and see if anybody doing astronomy type stuff is live on Twitch. Oh my gosh, 2 a.m. Wow, thank you. Yeah, good night to you, Pippiland. Nicholas, yes. Remind me to upload the TIFF to Google Drive. I'll get you the uncompressed version of this image. I'm gonna look for a raid. Well, let's see. We've got Astro Canuck. Oh, he's doing live astrophotography. Well, I think you know who we're gonna raid.
I think Nathan builds things. We do that.
And look what he's imaging. He's imaging Andromeda.
Buttermilk
All
bonus
right.
fried chicken tenders.
Perfect.
Nuggets and
Perfect.
mac and cheese.
Stick around for the raid.
Yes, watch this. Seriously.
Yeah. Me with a beard, with a long one. Are you kidding me? I can't grow a beard like that. No way in hell I could grow a beard like that. That epic beard? Look at that epic beard. Bros, all right, we're gonna go raid. All right, this is gonna be like my new best friend. Drop a raid. This is the biggest Astro Canuck. This will be the biggest raid that I've ever dropped. Glorious beard. Check this dude out. Thank you guys for being here. It's fun, super fun raid. Thank you so much, Nicholas, for the subscription. Everybody being here, a lot of fun. We're gonna do more of this stuff. Oh, we have to wait 1 minute and 10 seconds for the raid. Did it get raided by somebody else recently, or I don't know. Anyways, yeah, stick around for the raid. This will be fun. This was a great stream. I had a lot of fun. I'll do another one. I definitely want to spend some more time, with Cyril and stuff. And maybe look at that. He just got raided. Oh man. Well, we're gonna have another raid coming in. Yeah. Oh, did somebody drop a huge raid on him? I don't know. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Well, it'll be fun. Good times. Thanks for being here. Misadventures in Astro, Scott by Scott, Pippiland, Cosmic Ray. Yeah. So I'm not sure when I'll be on next. I'll let you guys know in the Discord. Check out the Discord. Happy to have you there. We have to wait 10 more seconds. All right, here we go. Raiding out. Appreciate you guys. Have a good night. Everyone, be cool. We're raiding.
Bachelor Shout Night. Oh my goodness, Raiders.